Today's specific sub-theme is about what must change. What must change towards an Africa-led evidence-to-action ecosystem, transformation, inclusion, by the way, inclusion, and scaling. So my name is Obuku, and I'm the co-director of the Africa Center of Systematic Reviews and Knowledge Translation at Mackay University. We started in 2013 as an idea, and we've done lots of capacity building throughout Africa, over 1,000 people trained, and over 100 evidence synthesis pieces produced. But that's not why I'm here. This morning, I'd like to welcome our first speaker, who is none other than Sylvia Wangui Kamau, the Executive Director of PAX Africa Kenya, but based in Ghana. PAX is youth-led. In fact, when I was sitting with her, I was asking for the boss, and she said, no, you cannot be more than 35 years of age and be the boss of PAX. It is youth-led. And if we are asking what must change, then Africa must be youth-led. Join me in welcoming Sylvia Wangui Kamau, who will be talking about from insights to action. We have been giving insights. Now we are moving to action, reflecting, connecting, and deepening through interactive labs. You're welcome. A round of applause, please, too. So you have 15 minutes from now to deliver what you're supposed to do.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful introduction, Mr. Obuku. And I'm really pleased to be here. As he has introduced, I'm the Executive Director of PAX Africa. And PAX Africa is an organization in Ghana, but I am from Kenya. So as he has said, it's a youth-led organization. And the fact that he has said you can't lead when you are above 35, when you see me, you see a young soul, a blessed soul, and I'm really glad to be here. So good morning, distinguished delegates, colleagues, partners, friends, and my fellow change makers. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to day 3 of the Evidence to Action 2026 here in Accra, Ghana. Over the last 2 days, we have traveled together through a remarkable journey. We have reflected on what has worked, where it has worked, and for whom it has worked. We challenged ourselves to understand not just the outcomes we celebrate, but the systems, partnerships, and conditions that have made those outcomes possible. Across our roundtables, innovation cases, and the interactive lab sessions, one message has clearly emerged. Evidence alone does not create change. People do. Evidence becomes powerful when researchers engage policymakers. Evidence becomes impactful when communities become co-creators. And evidence becomes transformative when institutions choose courage over convenience. Over the past 2 days, we have listened to experiences from across Africa, from governments, civil society organizations, academia, the development partners, innovators, and communities. We have seen that while our contexts may differ, our aspirations are remarkably similar. We all seek a continent where decisions are informed by evidence, where policies respond to the lived realities, and where development is driven by not just imported assumptions, but by knowledge, innovation, and leadership. And that brings us to today. Today, it's not about just reflection alone. It's about responsibility. Today, we ask a fundamental question. If we know what works and we understand why it works, then what must change to ensure it works for everyone, everywhere, and sustainably? As we enter our transformation labs and final discussions, I invite us to move beyond identifying the challenges and begin designing the commitments. Let us move beyond the projects and think about the systems. Beyond pilots and think about how we scale. Beyond the funding cycles and think about institutions. Beyond being individual champions and think about movements. Because the world does not suffer from a lack of ideas. It does not suffer from lack of evidence. It does not suffer from lack of innovation. The real challenge before us is whether we collectively build ecosystems that are capable to turn this knowledge into lasting transformation. As the conference concept note reminds us, the world is ready to move from a recipient of externally defined evidence to becoming a global producer and shape of evidence-informed policy making. And I believe the future is not somewhere ahead of us. It is being built in this room by the conversations we have held, by the partnerships we forge, by the commitments we make, and by the actions we take when we leave this conference. So as we begin our final day together, I encourage each one of us to remain curious, remain bold, and remain open to possibilities. Let us connect deeply. Let us challenge respectively. And let us imagine courageously. And the most importantly, let us live here determined to act. Because for sure, evidence matters. But action changes life. Welcome to the day 3 of E2A 2026. And the reminder is, the true measure of this conference will not be the quality of conversations we have had in Accra. It will be the quality of the decisions, the policies, and the lives that are changed because we were here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that concise welcome remarks from our speaker, Kamau. Next on the program is I'm going to request Thank you very much, David, for that. And thank you for your welcome remarks. The keynote speaker and the other presenters are delayed. They are not late. In Africa, big men and women they are delayed. They are not late. Since they are delayed, we will not delay to invite an interactive session here on perhaps what might change. Over the very, very interesting and delicious meals at the hotel, full of nothing but pepper, we had to be taking water while comparing notes on what might change. So I would like to invite my Kenyan colleague with whom we were missing ugali, but enjoying the fish with all sorts of other things that are indescribable but must be tasted. What do you think must change for us to move from evidence to action? One thing for clear, it must be youth-led. What is the other? We are not throwing away the grandfathers. We need them for wisdom under the baobab tree. So I'm sending you the mic. Are you getting us? Okay, let me start with the wise old man who gave us very interesting stories. Okay.
Thank you so much. I know you wanted me to say that the first thing that should change is to reduce the level of pepe in the fish. I'll not say that. And it's my pleasure to also let you know that our Kenyan ambassador is joining us this morning, and I will request Honorable Eric to coordinate with David's team on how to welcome them outside here. We have had great conversations. We've had great commitment and good critique. I think what should change is how we get back to our desks. In many ways, we start by moving to our desks and zooming back to what we had been doing previously. So how we do things should change by breaking the silos, by breaking the competition, by breaking all the fragmentations to ensure that we have this collective strength that we've generated from the Evidence to Action conference to another level. I strongly believe that even if you took most of the time to sleep to doze off this conference, you must have learned one thing. That one thing, please share it beyond here. Let's apply it in practice. Let us know that you are practicing it by communicating. That is what I take from my end, and please expect more emails from me. If you don't have your contact, please, it is your mistake. Thank you.
A round of applause. What I remember from what he said, and this is the reality of conferences, is that the pepper must be reduced. And this is the reality of conferences. When I reach home, I'll tell my children, that pepper in Ghana was really pepper. You get what I mean? Do you get my point? Hundreds of conferences. What actually changes? So what must change? Please pass on the mic. Anybody? Yes, let's have Uganda, then Cameroon.
Thank you and good morning. I'm Proscovia, Principal Investigator for PASGR on a project for youth employment in Africa. What must change for me is breaking down the silos and those walls that make us not talk to each other, but also that it's possible to do research-based evidence in less than 17 years. Thank you.
Breaking down the silos. I wish you could tell us what those silos were. But over to Cameroon, thank you for that. Breaking down the silos. I'm taking notes, by the way.
Good morning. My name is Miaka Kinlabel. I am a software developer and I work at eBase Africa. I also am the team lead for iCode Abakwa. iCode Abakwa is an initiative where we work to produce African solutions for African problems with tech. Anyway, so what must change for me? Two things. The first thing is contextualization should matter more. So when we're looking at interventions from evidence, we need to know whether we want to adopt it as it is or adapt it, or whether we need to generate new studies. I think that's one thing that's very important with all the evidence that we take, because speaking again on contextualization, we cannot just take one thing that worked in one setting and use it in another setting. Even in Ghana here, you see that something that worked in one region might not work in another region. So it's very important to test for the transferability. And then the second thing for me is we need more youth in this space. And this is something I'm very passionate about and trying to sensitize my friends to, because when I come to conferences like this, I rarely see people my age, and people my age also don't even understand the whole world of evidence. And yeah, we need more youth and we need to give them opportunities to lead things like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Youth-led, context-specific, African solutions.
Thank you, sir.
For African problems. African solutions. Can you imagine? For African problems. Okay, who has the mic?
I have the mic here.
Name,
Thank you,
gender, sex, age, address.
Name Henry
Okay.
Osabute from Ghana. I'm with Pax Africa. And first of all, I think I have to commend Pax Africa for the initiative of having young people lead such an organization. It's relics of how far we've come and how we are integrating youth into national development and policy making. And also, on the contrary, I think the paper is good. I've been enjoying it. I think it's healing. I mean, it's the reason why Ghanaians are so strong and making strides globally. Yeah, so I think you have to adjust. You have to come to terms with it, because this conference is never going anywhere. Next year you'll be here, and you have to increase the intensity of the pepper. It's not just pepper; they are spices put together, and they are like medicine. So, sir, you have to come to terms with it. My friends from Kenya and Uganda, I mean, my director from Kenya, she was complaining, and then once I gave her a mix of a dose, she came to terms with it, and she's healed, and she's becoming more better, stronger as the day goes by. Yeah. And then also, on a serious note, I think this conference has been so insightful. I've seen a lot of people from Kenya, from Uganda, and the fact that there were so many government officials coming together to understand that they are the policy makers, and they need evidence to make policies, and not make policies to look for evidence or data to support them. Like in Ghana, I'll give you an example. We have policies like planting for food and jobs. We have policies like one village, one dam, one community, one factory. But all these are policies that came out of political campaigns, but they had no evidence to support them. So at the end of the day, it never worked, because there were not so much evidence to even pilot them or to even start them, but they were just political slogans that never reached an end. And we have more of them coming up. So I'm happy to see government officials here who would then always want to make sure that they have organizations here who do the research and give them the evidence and the data before they can be based on to make policies. And then there was a last one. There was a paper in my group which talks about indigenous knowledge as a way of documenting data or having evidence. It's very good, because some people like Kwame Nkrumah and co never had this in-depth knowledge or data before instituting policies, and their policies are still working. The things they did in the 70s and the 60s are still evidence enough in this era that you can see, like the Kosovo Dam, the Tema Port, and all those things. They were not so much based on scientific data, but they collected indigenous knowledge and all those things, put them together, and it's working. So in the new era, we have to make use of this indigenous knowledge as well as the scientific knowledge. Thank you so much.
A round of applause. Evidence-driven political promises. Typically, it is the other way around, isn't it? Evidence is used symbolically. One more, and let me know if we have our guests ready.
I don't know whether I can proceed.
Please, go ahead.
So I'm Sam Orlando from Kenya. One of the things that I think we could do better next time is to have communities who are basically the consumers of policies as part and parcel of the conversation. In most occasions, they are respondents and they are specimen for our trials. And as such forums then should develop methodologies that then give us that particular pathway that allow communities to be part and parcel of this conversation. Secondly, is that it was my hope that majority of us who are producing evidence here will be in the policy spaces as members of parliament, as presidents, but we seldom see Professor Fadel wanting to be the president or running for political office. So we get very worried because ultimately we blame the politician, but we don't offer ourselves for political officers to implement the evidence that we generate. Because politics is about power and who make decisions and implements them. So as such then, most probably in the next few years, I'll be running for the president of Kenya and I'll be implementing your evidence. Thank you.
Congratulations in advance.
A round of applause to the speaker and a very thunderous round of applause for the big men who have arrived. And we would like to apologize that you were delayed on the way. At this juncture, I'll summarize for you what has been stated. We've talked about evidence that is necessary, but in itself is not sufficient. And these were welcome remarks from Sylvia Wangui Kamau, who is Executive Director of PAX Africa. And she's right over there. You better stand up so that the chief guests of today look at the youngest Executive Director in the room. We also talked about action to impact as we go back home. What are we going to take home? Breaking down the silos once we get down home. African solutions for African problems. And evidence leading the politics rather than the symbolic use of evidence after political decisions and programs have been rolled out. And finally, David, this one is for you, bringing in the policy consumers into this conversation. I was in Britain 10 years ago, London School of Economics, doing economic evaluation. And the National Institutes of Excellence in Public Health and Clinical Medicine that passes any drug that goes to the British National Formulary passed a certain decision that a drug which was causing side effects in cancer could not go into the guideline. And the consumers, the patients, British patients said, no. When the drug causes a rash, we know that it's working. And that is how they brought back the drug into the national formulary. In Canada, same thing. people or children who are born with hearing deficiency had a mandatory guideline to receive the operation for a cochlear implant. But the Association of the Deaf refused and said, no, who told you that every child needs a cochlear implant? This is Canada, by the way. And when they were involved, they gave options and said, look, some children do not have to hear. They can remain deaf for life so that the sign language is not lost. Are you getting me? So evidence is necessary, but not sufficient. I'm going to call upon the next presenter, who is a professor by the names of, hey, the device is not working when you need it most. Okay. Professor Philip Oginga Nying'oro, I hope you are not very far. Professor Ongiro is a scholar in the Department of Political Science and Public Administration in the University of Nairobi, Kenya. His published work covers democratization, resource conflicts in sub-Saharan Africa, and post-Cold War peace and security. He is going to welcome the keynote speaker, and I will not do this, but let's give a round of applause to Professor Oginga.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm very happy to be here. In fact, I have a very privileged assignment to have never stood near a former prime minister before. So I'm very happy to be here. Now, I think my role is very small. Before the speaker gives his speech, I think we help me to welcome His Excellency Mohamed Bouazizi, the former Prime Minister of Guinea. Can we please give him a round of applause? Again? Okay. So I think before we go on, I would just like to swiftly ask His Excellency to come and give us his speech. Then I will make a few comments and open up the floor for comments. So let me welcome the former Prime Minister. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
Distinguished guest, conference co-chair, policymakers, researchers, practitioners, and development partners from across our continent. Good morning, everybody. This keynote, I am requested to make addresses sessions 14, mandate, scalability and transferability of what works, institutionalization of best practices, and the future of evidence, technology, and innovation. I have chosen to make agriculture and rural development to serve as the primary lens throughout my presentation. Before I begin, let me express my genuine gratitude to Dr. David Amia. A round of applause for him, please. President of the International Center for Evaluation and Development, ISSER, for the honor of this invitation. I accepted because the invitation was not merely to speak. It was to contribute to something consequential on the last day of what has already been a consequential gathering. And let me say a word about ISSER itself. The International Center for Evaluation and Development has, with consistency and conviction, occupied a space that is both critically important and chronically undervalued. The space between evidence and decision. While others have produced research, ISSER has asked the harder question: what does that research not move? 9 editions of the Evidence to Action Conference is not just an anniversary. It is proof of concept. Dr. Emewa, thank you for building what you have built. Now we are gathered this morning under a theme of profound ambition, reimagining the evidence-informed policy and decision-making ecosystem in Africa. That word, reimagining, means doing serious intellectual work. It does not ask us to repair what exists. It asks us to conceive something structurally different. Something that works not just in pilot projects and conference papers, but at scale, across borders, across budget cycles, and across the full diversity of contexts that make up this continent. Reimagining is not redesigning. It is deciding that the architecture itself must change, and that we in this room on this day are the architects. Let me begin where the ecosystem begins, not in a ministry, not in a research institution, not in a development partner's country office. Let me begin in the field. A smallholder farm, say in the Rift Valley or the Sahel or the eastern highlands of Zimbabwe. The farmer there, let us call her by what she is, an entrepreneur, a knowledge producer, an evidence generator, wakes before dawn. She has been observing her land for decades. She knows which rains come early, which slopes drain badly, which varieties resist the dry spells, arriving more frequently in the last 10 years. She is, in every meaning sense, a producer of agricultural knowledge. Now, a research team arrives from a capital city or from abroad. They conduct soil tests, run surveys, build models, and 18 months later publish findings that largely confirm what she already knew, and some findings she could have contributed if anyone had thought to ask. The resulting policy brief recommends an intervention, but the time that intervention is designed, procured, and delivered, if it ever reaches her, it no longer fits the season, the soil, or the market reality she faces. We all repeat this. Africa holds 60% of the world uncultivated arable land, and somehow remains a net food importer. That is not an agronomy problem. That is an evidence to action problem. This is the paradox at the heart of our gathering. The continent that holds the greatest agricultural potential on earth is also the continent where the evidence needed to unlock that potential is most consistently generated in the wrong place, controlled by the wrong actors, and converted into action too slowly to produce structural changes. That is what we mean when we talk about reimagining the evidence to action ecosystem. Let's make an honest diagnosis. Before we can reimagine, 4 structural failures hold back evidence to action in Africa. Failure 1, the scalability gap. Africa does not lack evidence of what works. The challenge is that effective interventions remain stubbornly local. A community health program that transforms one district, an extension model that triples yields in one region, a social protection system that demonstrably reduces poverty in one country are documented, evaluated, and celebrated at conferences. And then they stop. They stop because the condition that made them work, a committed district officer, a particular donor relationship, a specific political window, are not part of what gets documented. The evidence captures outcome, not the ecology that produced them. When the intervention is transferred without that ecology, it fails, and the lesson drawn is that the model does not work, rather than that the transfer was uninformed. Scalability is not replication. We have not yet built the evidence system to make that distinction systematically. Failure 2, institutionalization without institutional commitment. Best practices are routinely identified. They are compiled and reports presented at workshops, endorsed in policy frameworks. And then, when project funding ends or the champion leaves office, they vanish. The pattern we see is a proliferation of best practices documented and the poverty of institutional memory. In fact, governments often run the same pilot in the same communities under 3 different project names because each new project was unaware of its predecessors. Failure 3, technology serving tools, not decisions. Digital platforms, agricultural data system, AI applied to social data are genuinely transformative tools, but in many cases, genuinely underperforming. Not because the technology is wrong, but because it has been deployed without grounding in the decision-making context it is meant to serve. What we often see is dashboard designed for donors, repurposed for ministers, AI models trained on global data applied to local contexts with fundamentally different parameters. The question is not whether to use technology, it is whether our technology choices are guided by the decisions that need to be made and the people who need to make them. Failure 4, Africa absent from the future of evidence. As the global conversation about AI, large-scale data system, and automated policy analysis accelerates, Africa's contribution to shaping that failure is systematically underweight. The result is that the future of evidence is being built around priorities and data environment that do not reflect Africa's realities. The evidence system of the future will be built on the data of today. If African data, particularly data about rural communities, smallholder farmers, and informal economies, is absent from the foundations, the system built on those foundations will be less useful and potentially actively harmful in African context. But not all is too bad. There are a lot of things working out there. Because I have seen it with my own eyes, and it is documented records exist. I have seen what happened when evidence systems achieve genuine scale, genuine institutionalization, and genuine technological integration. I have seen it in enough places, across enough contexts, that I can tell you with confidence, this is not a question of whether it is possible. It is entirely possible. It is a question of whether we are willing to build the conditions under which it becomes normal. On scalability and transferability, the Alliance of Biodiversity International and SIAT in East Africa has built evidence system linking climate data, soil analysis, crop variety performance, and market price information in partnership with National Agricultural Research System and farm organizations. The result, partnership. The result is a decision support tool used by farmers, by extension workers, and by government planners in real time, in local languages, on affordable devices. And critically, the model has transferred across 6 countries. Because the transfer process itself was treated as an evidence problem, what needs to change, therefore, what must change, and who need to own it in each new context is the basic of everything. Rwanda Comprehensive Land Registration and Rural Infrastructure Evidence System produce the kind of feedback loop that rural development policy everywhere needs. Rwanda Comprehensive and Land Registration and Rural Infrastructure Evidence System produce the kind of feedback loop that rural development policy everywhere needs. Implementation data fed back into program design with measurable outcomes tracked at the households level. This is policy adjustment in near real time. The model has been studied and adapted with appropriate modification by 9 other countries on the continent. Several examples exist. On institutionalization, Ethiopia established E2A with an explicit mandate to generate the evidence needed to accelerate agricultural transformation and to translate what evidence directly and translate that evidence directly into government policy and program design. Whatever its limitations, the model of an institutionalized bridge between evidence production and policy action is one that the rest of the continent should study seriously. On technology and innovation, Kenya's agricultural markets information platforms, Nigeria's agricultural sector digitization initiative, Senegal rural connectivity infrastructure are all proof that African government can build agricultural intelligence system when the political priority is present and the institutional investment follows. The evidence for Africa's transformation is not missing. It is scattered, undervalued, and systematically excluded from the decision it should inform. Our task is connection, recognition, structural inclusion, and the will to scale what works. What must shift? What does reimagining, require, therefore, let me suggest the following 5 structural shifts that should generate change in the architecture of how evidence is produced, owned, and converted into action. Shift 1, from replication to contextualized scaling. Scaling is not copying. For every intervention we seek to scale, we need transferability evidence. What are the active ingredients that actually produce the outcomes? What contextual conditions are required? What must adapt when the context changes? And what must remain constant? This means building the evidence base for scale into the original design of interventions, not as an afterthought in a final evaluation report. Shift 2, from documentation to institutionalization. The distinction between documenting best practice and institutionalizing them is everything. Institutionalization requires things that documentation does not. Financial commitment through domestic budget allocation. Show me the money. I show you where we are going. Budget allocation that does not depend on external funding. Structural embedding through integration into standard operating models, procedures, and professional training. Accountability mechanism that hold institutions responsible for evidence uptake, not just evidence production. And political championship through leaders willing to defend evidence-informed practice against political pressures. Our government should look at their current evidence system and ask simply, which of the best practices are institutionalized for this definition and which are simply documented? The gap between those two counts is the reform agenda. Shift 3, from technology project to technological ecosystem. Technology must be treated not as a collection of tools to deploy, but as an ecosystem to build, characterized by interconnection, adaptation, and African ownership. The future of evidence in Africa will be shaped by whether African institutions lead the governance of AI in development contexts, or whether they simply receive tools, design, and govern elsewhere. This is a sovereign question. Shift 4, from resilience programs to resilience system. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed a fundamental fragility in most African evidence systems. They were built for stability, not disruption. When field data collection became impossible, evidence system collapsed. A resilient evidence ecosystem requires redundancy. Multiple data channels that can substitute for each other under stress. It also requires adaptability, the capacity to rapidly reconfigure in response to new decision-making requirements. Shift 5, from continental aspirations to continental architecture. We must move from continental aspirations to continental institutional architecture that makes those aspirations operational. A continental evidence architecture means harmonized data standard across member states, shared innovation, infrastructure that allows institutions to collaborate on cross-border evidence challenges without a new project for each collaboration. David, big agenda for you there. None of this is technically impossible. All of it requires political decisions. I'm happy there are a lot of policy decision-making people around. And all of it will generate returns that dwarf the investment required. None of this, I want to close now, is achieved without a compact. What is a compact? A mutual obligations accepted by all parties with accountability built in. To governments, please allocate domestic budget to evidence infrastructure as a statutory commitment. Mandate institutionalization reviews for major programs. Establish AI and data governance frameworks that ensure Africa data sovereignty. And invest in distributed analytical capacity so that evidence-informed decision-making is possible at district level as well, not only in the capitals. To the research community, always design for scale from the beginning, day one. Produce findings in the format that reach decision makers and communities. To international development partners, finance African-owned research agenda. Most of our work in decision-making, evidence-based decision-making, it financed from outside Africa. I don't know, very few countries are financing it. Accept, I'm still talking to international development partners. Please accept that the measure of your success is whether African evidence ecosystems are stronger and more African-owned because of your engagement than they were before it. I want to close where I began in the field. The farmer I described at the opening of this address is still there. She's making decisions about what to plant, when to harvest, where to sell. She will make those decisions with or without us. The question is what quality of evidence she will have when she makes them. Whether the road to her market has been maintained because someone in the government made a decision based on rural infrastructure evidence, or whether it has deteriorated because the evidence never reached the desk where the decision was made. That farmer is the best. Sorry, that farmer is a test. She is the test. Africa does not need better evidence about its potential. Africa needs evidence ecosystems that are African-owned, institutionally sustained, technologically enabled, and politically backed. Ecosystems that turn knowledge into action before the season is lost. When you return, dear participants, to your ministries, your research institutions, your communities, carry one question. What is the one structural decision I, myself, can make, champion, or refuse to obstruct that brings us closer to an African where evidence reaches the decisions that shape lives before it is too late to matter? Africa's transformation will be achieved in thousands of decisions, not only one, made in 1,000 offices and villages, councils across this continent, by people among whom are people who will leave this room and decide that the season was right for planting. Be those people. Thank you.
Now, His Excellency has delivered a highly exciting and informative speech. Now, I would not want to attempt to repeat what he has actually told us, but I have teased out two important things. One is the end, where he ended. He has called us to action. He has called us to action that as we live here, we should go out there and demonstrate in all our capacities that we have actually benefited from this conference. And as one philosopher, I think it was Karl Marx, who said that the job of a philosopher is not only to interpret the world, but to change it. I think what we have been doing here for the last 1 week also, to some extent, we have been philosophizing. Now, as per His Excellency's call, he has now called us as philosophers to go out there and change the world in terms of evidence uptake. Also, I think he has also emphasized that appropriate evidence is that based on proper appreciation of the decision-making ecosystem. And I would like to add here to just that the variables within the the decision-making ecosystem, it would be more useful if we compartmentalize them into the local ecosystem where the farmer was, the national ecosystem where the decision makers are, and also very important, regional ecosystem. I think for me, his mention of organizations like ECOWAS and others, it's very important here, that the regional ecosystem must also be taken into account. Then the last one is the global ecosystem. And Your Excellency, this is where I want to ask you something here. The global ecosystem, that's where we have the development partners and others. And the use of digital, I think this digital and information communication technology, I think they are controlled from outside. They are controlled from outside. And we have been struggling with this phenomenon of structural dependency. Structural dependency. Are African countries capable of attaining data sovereignty? Because you mentioned data sovereignty in a situation where I think, for instance, organizations like Huawei, I hope I'm mentioning it well. These are controlled from outside, the Google and all those things. That to what extent can we use the opportunity to reduce structural dependency globally? Then, before I finish my part, because we have only about half an hour from now on. Now, what I've also found very useful here is the fact that for evidence to be useful, we must begin from the consumer of the evidence. I think my predecessor here talked about the policy consumer, because his paper, his speech has actually cautioned us that that farmer seemed to know more than the researchers who came from the national government and others. I think, let me end by asking His Excellency, having been a Prime Minister, what is the role of political actors in this process of evidence uptake? I don't know whether you want to comment, then we can open it up.
If you allow, I'll answer from here. Yes. Sit down, please. I think, Prof, your first question is about data sovereignty, right, for Africans. Yeah. So I think it is not difficult for every African, actually, to understand that in the fast transforming world regarding technology, introduction for AI, our data is collected by somebody else, stored by somebody else, processed by somebody else, with tools of somebody else. That somebody else will go through this process according to his own priorities, not according to our priorities. So if you want this rapid transformation occurring in the world benefit us, first we have to embark on it. And then we have to make it work for us. Many people, I've spent my life in development systems. We have been complaining about development institutions. Most of these institutions, Bretton Woods and so on, they were created in 1945. We didn't exist as nations. So their priorities are not our priorities. It is somebody else's priorities. Now imagine we get to it and we have been struggling to transform a little bit what we can so it can serve our own priorities from time to time. Now, the most challenging and the most scaring transformation of humanity is occurring now with AI. And where are we? How can we make this be useful for ourselves? It means we have to embark on it. We have to get the knowledge. And more importantly, we have to start setting up the systems that will help us to manage these new tools, these new transformations. Okay, data governance. How many governments have institutionalized data governance? How many institutions, important institutions, have institutionalized data governance in the ministries, in the public administration? Maybe in some private sector entities, there are. But trust me, if you make a survey today, not many institutions in Africa have started thinking, oh, how do I govern my data? How do I manage it? And so, this is a priority, and it is a critical priority. We must, number one, start thinking structurally about governance of systems to manage our data. And then we must train our people. You know, if you look, the new technology is democratizing learning. And it is amazing to see how young Africans are making breakthrough in AI. You don't notice it, but you will be seeing it more and more. I'm very, very happy to see around the world when I travel, young Africans with extraordinary innovation capabilities, doing these things that are incredible, and of course being taken away from Africa. And because the cradle for their mushrooming is not yet enough, despite the efforts. I'm not saying there are not efforts in that sense. There are. But we need more structural approach, more strategic approach in order to start mastering these areas, including the tools, in order to be able to take good evidence-based decision-making based on our data, on our culture, on our context, to respond more adequately to our needs. That's my first question. The second, I think, if I tell you, was the role of political actors. I think it is very obvious. In my place, they say, the body of the snake, when the snake moves, the body of the snake passes where its head passes first. You know, when the snake is going, when the head passes, if you look at it very well, that's where the body also will pass. Will go, you know. So that's it. If the head up, if the snake go in the garbage, so the whole body will go in the garbage. If the head goes in the good place, the whole body will go in that good place. So that's exactly what, Prof, I want to say. We need our leadership to be sensitized, to understand that this is a priority and this is power. You know, evidence-based decision is power. And new technologies, particularly AI, is the means to get that power. In peace and in war. You can see, you have been following all these active wars today in the world. AI is the one making it. And you'll be making it more and more. You look at changes in all areas, industrial. Technology is making it. We have to be conscious of that. It's unavoidable. We need to sensitize our leadership. We need to explain. We need to make them understand that the move in the future will be through evidence-based decision-making, and that without political leadership, we cannot make it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let's take about, I think we have only about 15 minutes remaining. I'll follow what I saw yesterday, that I think that we can all accommodate positive authoritarianism in terms of managing this. Okay, so can we get comments or I can see my good professor shaking his hand. I don't know, Professor Nyongo, Governor, you want to raise something? Okay, thank you very much. In fact, I just wanted to let you know that the professor who is responsible for the good things that I've said, not the bad ones, is here. Okay. So can we get some comments? Yes. Yes. Do we have somebody to give him? Yeah. Okay. There, then here, then there. Yeah. There.
Good morning, all. My name is Yahya Musa Kayode from National Agricultural Extension and Research Labs and Services, Ahmadu Bello University in Nigeria. Thank you, Your Excellency, for that wonderful presentation. And I so much appreciate the perspective you come from, which is from the agri sector, where I worked. The whole gathering here center around evidence-based, and there is no evidence without data, not just data, but empirical data. And I like the typical example you gave from a typical farmer who has more knowledge than the researcher out there, which is a very valid point. My question is, what strategy or structure do Africa, or do we have on ground to have this data? bearing in mind that the new technology, which we call artificial intelligence, is completely depends on the available data. AI will perform well when we have a good data. So what structure do we have on ground to ensure that we gather data, not just data, data that harmonize, not isolated data as it is observed currently across Africa? I asked a question yesterday that do we have data for the old farmer in Ghana, that let's say it's going to be a flood in a particular area in Ghana, can we send a bulk SMS or push information to notify the farmer in that area on the mitigation techniques they should take? The answer is very close to no. Yes, there are data, but these data are isolated, not harmonized. So the question is, what are the structures on ground for us to have and harmonize data across all the sectors, education, agriculture, health, and the rest? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Henry from Pax Africa, Ghana. Thank you, sir, former Prime Minister, for the insightful speech. And one thing you said that excites me so much is the fact that you hammered on evidence decision, which is power. And that is so, so good, because any decision based on evidence is power to whoever is using it. So recently there was an issue of Ghana's health sector getting some huge grants from the United States, and there was a news about Ghana's health sector getting some huge grants from the United States, and it's only based on the fact that they have access to our data, national data, and the president denied that and refused the grant. As a former minister or prime minister, do you think that's a good decision that they made, rejecting that huge grant? And do you think that there should be an evidence bank, that all this evidence we collect and data we collect, where does it go? Where does it end? And how accessible are they to the ordinary person or policymakers? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Eugene Miheso Swinaston from Uganda. Thank you, Your Excellency, for that wonderful presentation. You've mentioned very good 5 points, from replication to contextualize scaling, from documentation to institutionalization, from technology project to technology ecosystem, from resilience programs to resilience systems, and lastly, from continental aspirations to continental architecture. And as we speak, I can confirm that AU has gone a long mile to support some of these things. But what I see, and a question to you and the leadership in this house, is most of the times we see these policies being put into play, but the individual countries don't actually go home and actually implement this. So what will be the best fit mechanism to actually ensure that once we have decisions made at the continental body, we can actually have them implemented in the hometowns? So that would be my question.
Yeah, Your Excellency, you can address those ones before we go to...
Thank you. But some of these questions you are asking me, I'm not sure if I have the response for you, because I'm not sure I'm the right person. Yeah. Your question is, what are the structural systems in place to collect data? I mean, it is so different, so evident. But I think I'll put the question differently, because I said the farmer on the ground has knowledge. The researchers come, he gathers knowledge, information. But it doesn't always, I'm saying not always, sometimes it does, it doesn't always refer to that farmer, to that entrepreneur. And so therefore, he ends up sometimes collecting the same data, better or worse, and then he goes into a process of processing that data, putting it in a certain form, and it becomes a report, and it sits there. But that information that is collected, with the farmer or without the farmer, does not come back always to help the farmer move in the right direction. And you know, the issue of the transformation of the result of research to action takes a very long time everywhere. And I can talk about that because I am in a committee initiated by China, where you have, including Prize Nobels from US and Europeans, exactly to try to face this problem. Elsewhere, it takes almost 20 years between research and application. In China, which is the fastest, it takes minimum 10 years. And the objective of the committee in which I'm being invited is to try within the next 10 years to push from 10 to 3 years. So you can imagine the challenge is already big for those who are advanced, leave alone for us who have not even started. You see? So, you know, when I speak about evidence-based decision making, and our government know that evidence-based is important. You know where they are the best? Where is the best place where they make evidence-based decision making? Who knows? In a government. Huh? Sorry? Maybe, Prof. There is a better place again. You have been in government. Look at all your administration, where the government puts its money to get evidence. Secret Service. Security. Isn't it? You have been in government. You have been in government. Is it? So they know that evidence-based decision making is very important. That's why they put a lot of money there. And trust me, they use those information based on evidence very, very well. So it is not difficult. It's just to transfer that principle in the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Budget, the Ministry of Local Government, at the local government level, and it works. But what does it mean? It means, my brother, you have to put your own money first because it is important. You know, we don't go to World Bank to say, finance my security, or finance my Secret Service. You put your own money because it is important. So even if you don't have enough, but put a little bit so someone is encouraged to see, this thing is important for him, so let me put the money there. Now the infrastructure can be completely different. That you have to build it again based on the realities of that actual context. But you must collect the information. You must collect it with those people who are concerned by that information. And after processing it, you must put it in a form that is usable. And the leaders must use it to respond to the needs of those farmers. So it is a whole cycle process. It is not only infrastructure, but it is also the superstructure. That's been the oil that will, facilitate the functioning of that infrastructure. Hope I answered your question. So the ball is back to you. Build it. Yeah. Andrew, you are asking me a political question. I don't know this agreement because I have not read the details of the agreement. I know in Kenya it made noise. Where is it? In Uganda or somewhere else. It made noise in many countries. And people are discussing, complaining, where they are going to take our data and then use it, and then, well, I don't know. If somebody take your health data, use this and create something new, is it bad or good? I think we have to ask that question. Did we do evidence-based research to understand if that agreement was really good for us? That's my question. I don't think, I'm hearing like you in radio, in TV about this. I don't know really what is in there. Okay? I'm sure there is money against your data. That's I know. I've heard it on radio. Now, some people say, I don't want somebody else to know that I have diabetes or I don't have diabetes or I really don't know. I've not thought about it profoundly. But my question is that in any case, we have to look at it and look at it not with emotion, but with responsibility. And I'm sure people weigh pro and cons and see these things. What is good for the country? Uganda, policy implementation timing. I addressed that issue already in my previous response. It is not only important to collect data in the right way, to process them in the right way, to contextualize them specifically, but it is important to do quick. The loop have to close. You see, that's the issue. The loop have to close, and it has to close very quickly. Not in 20 years, not in 10 years even, faster. But for that, first, we need to build systems, and we don't have them. We built a road. I take just a simple thing. You build a road, and then we forget the road. You don't have any system even to follow if that road did maintenance. I mean, you didn't build even the maintenance system when you were designing the road. That's when you should build the maintenance system, not after. Okay? So I think these are all elements that are missing and that we should take seriously. Again, I come back very simple. We look at our government. Evidence-based system works in security. It works very well. It gives the result we want. Let's replicate that somewhere else.
Okay, I'm told we are supposed to go into another session, but let me misuse my opportunity here to also just to make some comment, particularly on institutionalization. I think institutionalization of evidence is very important. Institutionalization of data very important, particularly to take care of the disruptions in government. Because we have seen cases where when a new government comes in, the data and the evidence or even policies which the previous one had started implementing are actually put on hold. So I think I would really appreciate the point which His Excellency has said about institutionalization. Okay, so I think before I hand over to my colleague, can we please give a round of applause to him? Yeah. And can you also clap for me?
And since Professor Oginga said he has never been next to a former prime minister, I wanted also to say the same for myself and request for a photo opportunity so that we are next to the former prime minister. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. I shouldn't be the one shaking your hand. There are bigger men there. But in the interest of time, please, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor, for such a wonderful session. I felt I wasn't talking to the Prime Minister. I felt I was in a policy sciences class on how to move evidence to action. Next on our session is the last session before break. I like the break here, very nice break. At least break doesn't have paper. So I look forward to break. But the next session is going to be run by Dr. Joseph Ansuka. Is Joseph Ansuka here? The Executive Director of Afrobarometer, Ghana. Let's give a round of applause. What must change for an African-led evidence ecosystem? Please.
All right. Thank you very much for this. A big thank you to the organizers, of course, I and the professor here. Really great opportunity to be up here. As he introduced me, my name is Joseph Asunka, the CEO of Afrobarometer. For those of you who know Afrobarometer, it's a Pan-African survey research project. I think some of the comments that came up today, earlier in the conversations, did point to some of the issues of really reaching to the citizen, the consumers of policy. So if governments implement policy, it's because of the citizens. And what we do at Afrobarometer is to try and gauge what the citizens think about their government and how they experience governance and the ways in which they experience public service delivery. But I'm not here to talk about Afrobarometer. We are here to just continue the exchange that His Excellency has started quite well. I think he's just laid the foundations for us to build on. Of course, he started to respond to some of the questions we're going to ask at this panel. What is it that must change for an African-led evidence ecosystem? All right, we've talked about it a lot. Of course, the former Prime Minister has already alluded to some of it, the issues about data and AI and the value of AI for the African context if these models are trained by data that is not coming from the continent. So if you query ChatGPT or Claude or any of the AI tools, sometimes they would either speak American back to you or speak some other language back to you. The question is, how do we make AI tools and whatever tools we use in our work speak African to us? And so the farmer in the village who has this indigenous knowledge, how does that indigenous knowledge get into these systems so that when we query it, we can get the knowledge that this woman holds? I think that is very important. And so that is what we're going to talk about this morning. And I have a great lineup of panelists to help us do that. So I'm just going to call on them to come up and join me on stage here. So let me start with Dr. Abraham Ibn Zakaria. I don't know if Dr. Abraham is here to join us. Yes, Your Excellency. And then I'll call on the Honorable Jauko Oburu Odinga, Special Advisor to the President of Kenya, if you can join us here, Honorable. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And then I have Dr. Jared Echwara, if you're here. Thank you, sir, for joining us for this panel. And then I'll have Dr. Dennis Rangi. Dr. Dennis Rangi. Thank you so much, sir. And Mr. Benjamin Opoku Aye. I don't know if Benjamin Opoku Aye is with us this morning. Thank you. And then, of course, last but not least, Professor Jane Amboku, the Director of Research and Training at the African Research Universities Alliance. Thank you so much, Dr. Amboku. All right. Thank you all so much. And I would momentarily introduce and recognize the Kenya's ambassador to Ghana. I think he's in our presence. I'll recognize him as we go along. But for this morning, and thank you all panelists for joining us. This is really, excellent. I know you've all listened to His Excellency's message and where he started from, as I mentioned. He's kind of laid the foundation for us to think about what is it that must change for African leadership. We do want to think about the evidence ecosystem in ways that allows Africa to lead in many respects. Of course, we often talk about African leadership and everything, whether it's African-led development, Africa-led solutions, and the like. And this phrase gets used all the time. So what we want to diagnose or discuss this morning is, what does it actually mean to say African-led? And then secondly, if Africa must lead, what structures need to change for Africa to actually exercise that leadership? And I think we want to emphasize that because the structures are important. His Excellency alluded to that structures and systems are important. Of course, institutionalizing systems is also important. But some of the infrastructure that we deal with in evidence-informed policy making is hosted outside of this continent. So what must we do to promote that African-led leadership in the evidence-informed ecosystem? So I'm going to start from the extreme right with Professor Amboku, just to give us a sense, and I would love to hear also personal stories, if you don't mind. If you have a personal story that speaks to this topic, please just give us that story. Sometimes stories actually stick better than just the intellectual debate. So I'll start with you, Professor Amboku. What structural shifts need to change to ensure that we have African-led African leadership in the evidence ecosystem? And I'll give you 4.5 minutes. So thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
So first I'll start by introducing myself as Director of Research and Training at ARUA. Who is ARUA? So that as we go along, it is you'll be knowing. So ARUA is a network of 23 research-intensive universities across the continent who have come together with the vision of building capacity for research excellence, right? Because if you're collecting evidence, there has to be capacity, isn't it? Yeah. So we are pulling resources. These universities are pulling resources together so that they work to build capacity of the researchers and the institutions, so that we can enhance their competitiveness and visibility in this space. So that is key, so that we know. If you want to know more about ARUA, please, we can connect after this. But for me, what I'm also a professor of research of horticulture from the University of Nairobi. So I've been a researcher. So I'm speaking as a researcher, but also as someone now who's coordinating researchers. So one of the things, and I think it has been echoed all through this conference, is the fact that we have to change how we generate the knowledge or the evidence. Yes, we have to agree. If you're a researcher in, allow me, I'll be talking a bit. I'll be sounding more of academic because I'm from the university, but I'm talking about research generally. We have to agree or accept the fact that most of our research is project-based. Are we together? Is project-based and is externally funded. Is that right? So it is project-based. And what is the problem with project-based? So of course, as a researcher, I'm very happy to write a project, get a grant. And I'm happy to say I have a project. an EU-funded project. It's a moment of pride, isn't it, for researchers? But what is the tragedy of this project-based, externally funded kind of evidence gathering? One, projects have cycles, isn't it? So when the project ends, what happens to to whatever data you are gathering? First of all, when we're writing the project, we form a team, isn't it? Sometimes, you know, the call says it must be across countries, it must be. So you look for those people that the call needs conveniently for that particular project. Are we together? When the project ends, what happens? The team disperses. I can say as a researcher, with my 20 plus years of research, I have formed so many teams. I don't even remember some of my former partners. The team, it served its purpose. And after the project ended, it is disbanded. Are we together? Sometimes it disbanded, those partnerships get lost. Sometimes the tragedy is that the data or the evidence gathered in that project also disappears. Sometimes if there are no academia who published a paper out of it, which could be found. Sometimes it's a project report, which we call gray literature. You can't find it. It is there, a lot of money was spent, but yeah, after the project report, that's it. And I like what the keynote speaker said. Sometimes we duplicate. A donor comes today with a call that has been designed somewhere, and we write the project, we forget somebody else has been doing this work, and you pretend that you're starting from scratch. So you write the proposal. Sometimes you even age out the people. You know, the others who have done that work. You behave like you're starting, yes, from scratch, which is a tragedy of research. Project-based, you know, ends, you know, duplication. Sometimes I don't know if it's a researcher problem or a donor problem. Because you come, you want to say it's a topic, say, I work in the area of post-harvest, food loss and waste reduction. Do you know how many projects duplicate? You'll be here and you hear somebody is doing the work you did 5 years ago, and it's the same, different donor. It's a try. So this is what I think should change. From being project-based, yes, to actually an infrastructure, an ecosystem of researchers. So speaking from the Arua perspective, we operate through what you call centers of excellence. Centers of excellence. And I know Dr. Munya yesterday said that there are a lot of think tanks. We have so many centers of excellence. Okay, so let me speak for our own centers of excellence. We have 13 of them at Arua. And these centers are transdisciplinary. Of course, I mean, we talk about, because most of our developmental challenges are not one idea. It's really transdisciplinary. If it's a problem of food loss and waste, which is my pet topic, it is not about just food. It is beyond, it's the road, it's the energy, you know, so we have this kind of network. So the centers of excellence also work with the clusters of research excellence, which are based in Europe. So we form a network of researchers, okay, which outlive projects. You see, when you have a system that is established, you can respond to a call. You might win the grant or not, but after the call, you still work together. So these platforms not only enhance transdisciplinary research that cuts across disciplines, but also is a network that outlives projects. So we build capacity of researchers, capacity of institutions, yes, so that they can actually conceptualize these problems together. We also, in this kind of network, which outlives projects, we can also engage policy as a network. You can imagine if we as Arua approach we'll get back to the agenda setting part. We approach, for example, the AU as a network of research intensive institutions and the other networks. It is easier to negotiate, yeah? Which is another thing we'll talk about. It is, yes, we have this network, but again, the problem is if we do not put money where the mouth is, or is it mouth where the money is? money where the mouth is. You see, the network is okay, but we still bid for externally funded projects whose agenda has been set elsewhere. So if we're going to empower these networks to address African issues, problems, which we have already conceptualized, then we must put money there. Just like you said, I mean, the way government finds it very important to fund security. Dr. David, I was very impressed to see government signing MOUs. That means they appreciate the whole issue of evidence, guided decision making. But hey, we have to follow up those MOUs so that they can put money in them. Because it is true, if the way governments find it very important to fund security, they must also, if they're going to really put the money where the mouth is, make those things, structures work. Put money there. Empower the evidence generation ecosystems, whether it is researchers. Prof here talked about 50 think tanks in Kenya. Who is funding those think tanks? Most of it is external, right? So put money there. We know which are the question is, which are the pain points of government? Yeah, that's what my VC used to ask me. You're doing research. Do understand the pain points of the people you're doing research for, so that you do research that addresses the pain points of government. But government is not sitting with the researchers to co-create, identify which are these pain points, which are the research priorities, which evidence does government need? Because trust me, our research institutions have capacity to generate any kind of evidence. Are we together? Researchers, are we together? Can we do that? We can generate any kind of evidence. Just tell us what is your pain point. And while at it, put in some money so that we generate the evidence that you need for your pain points.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you. You've landed really nicely. I mean, so this is from the research point of view. You know, this an academic, talking from that direction. I like the idea of having a network of researchers that can outlive projects. That is an important, consideration. But of course, putting money behind those networks to ensure that they can produce like really grounded, contextualized knowledge is important. Now I'm going to turn to you, Dr. Abraham Ibn Zakaria, Principal Research Officer, Parliamentary Research here in Ghana. I know you have been engaging with parliamentarians and doing research and analytic work for decision making, and we know lots of policy and legislation come out of Parliament. So what is it that needs to change for the structure that you have to be African-led, truly African-led? So over to you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes, this morning, listening to our Prime Minister, former Prime Minister presentations, I think he made a lot of such issues that we have to do in terms of the shift. And then one of the things that really, click my mind is the institutionalization of evidence use. I choose to talk on institutionalization because of my background and where I'm coming from. I work as a researcher in Parliament, and from experience, I have noticed that many of the things that we have institutionalized, by which we mean what we make mandatory in terms of evidence use, has been working. Because if you take the work of Parliament, it is the last stage where policy gets through. And so for evidence to make impact, it actually has to be at Parliament. Because that is where you can hear so many voices. The evidence you may send your evidence to the executive. The executive is one party, they speak with one voice. If they don't want your evidence, you will never hear it. But if your evidence gets to Parliament, where you have diverse views, diverse voices, if one voice doesn't like it, the other voice will like it. And so I noticed that in our systems, we have made certain evidence use mandatory. For instance, if a bill is laid and it's referred to a committee, one first thing we do is that we advertise the bill in the media. And then the purpose of this advert is to invite evidence. It is to invite memoranda from the public, from citizens, from organizations that have interest in the bill. Now, when they submit their memoranda, this memoranda becomes citizens' evidence, which the committee uses, and it makes impact when it comes to law making. Now, we are able to do this because it is mandatory. It is in our laws that you must advertise it. If you don't advertise it, the law will catch up with you, so we do it. And we continue to benefit from that. Another area we benefit from such evidence is when according to our Financial Management Act, it requires that when a bill is coming, it must be accompanied by a fiscal impact analysis. That is by law. The fiscal impact analysis is evidence because it contains a lot of issues that will guide members' decisions either to approve or not to approve. Now, because it is by law, we have to do it. And so the executive have to do it. And then when it comes, members are able to use it and then make impact into the bill. Likewise, when it comes to loans agreements, a loan agreement that is coming is accompanied by the value for money audit. Yes, it's source of evidence. It's also accompanied by the advice from the AG. It's also source of what? Evidence. And all these things, when you put them together, it helps members and helps the House to take better decisions. There were instances where some loan agreements were rejected because they were not accompanied by the value for money audit and even the advice from AG in Ghana's parliament here. And that was a fantastic decision. Now, there are other areas that are left where we need a lot of evidence to support the work of the House. But because these areas, it is not mandatory, it is not institutionalized, we don't get such evidence. That is why I said, let us institutionalize, let us shift away from just waiting for any evidence that will come your way and make it mandatory that at any stage of our policy making, evidence should be provided. For instance, we want to shift from that research perspective. We are moving into post-legislative scrutiny. Now, Ghana Parliament has passed so many laws since the 4th Republic. As we speak today, we have not assessed a single law that is in operations. But we need to move into evaluating the laws that have been passed so that we will inform the House, so that members can make proposals to amend certain clauses, change certain laws. We've not done that. So we are moving and shifting into that area so that we were able to do a lot of evaluation. So I'm inviting ISSER. ISSER should join us and help so that we can evaluate so many laws, because now our members of parliament has the power to introduce bills. It is unlike the past where the bills could only be introduced by the executive. Now, through private members' bill, an individual member can introduce a bill. But how can they do that? Until we are able to undertake evaluations of the existing laws and point out the gaps in those laws, and the members can now use those gaps to introduce their own, motions and then bills to get things done. So on this, that is why I am insisting that let's try and see where we can institutionalize it, let's institutionalize. Where we can make it mandatory that without evidence, the policy process cannot move from where it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And it's a call to action for those of us in the research community and to ISSER. And I think the the research team in Parliament would want your support in evaluating existing laws in the country. I think institutionalizing the process is important, and maybe that provides us the opportunity for African leadership in the evidence ecosystem. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. So I'm going to turn to Honorable Odinga, Special Advisor to the President of Kenya. I know as a Special Advisor, probably evidence is your daily bread. I can imagine that. And you have worked extensively in the Office of the President on economic empowerment and sustainable livelihood. Thanks so much for your extensive work, even engaging also in as Director of Roads, Public Works, and Energy. I think you have a whole range of experiences to share with us. But the critical question is, how do we ensure that the evidence ecosystem is truly African-led from your perspective? So I'll turn it to you.
Thank you very much. Allow me to say all protocols observed. Good morning, everybody. Akwaba. Bonjour. Habari zenu. Thank you very much. I'm Jaoko Buru Odinga. I'm a special advisor in the President's Office of Kenya. I am so pleased as a son of Africa to be here today. Just allow me to feel good, because I'm out here in Ghana for the first time, and I'm feeling African. I would say that as a country, Kenya, we have worked through this question when we're talking about evidence gathering and the changes that we need to make. I'm very proud that one of our gallant soldiers and comrades in that struggle is here, none other than Professor, Governor of Kisumu, Anyang' Nyong'o. We struggled with this question. We went on the streets, a lot of sweat, blood, tears, and many even paid the ultimate price to answer this question of how do we make an African-led solution. See, like Kenya, like Ghana, which you gained independence in 1957, we also gained independence in 1963. And one of the big things that we had then was that we inherited a constitution, which was negotiated in England at Lancaster House. And it had a lot of pro-colonial advantages in there that were not African. So for many years, we were out on the streets until one day, by the grace of God, we were able to get a new constitution. And that was in 2010. Now in 2010, we had a constitution that one of the key things that it did was to devolve not only the power from the presidency, but to revolve resources down to what we created, which was 47 counties for administration. And I'm again proud to have Governor Anyang' Nyong'o, who is the governor of one of the counties there, the county of Kisumu. So in this, by devolving to the counties, now we're able to take the evidence directly from the community. What happens as part of the constitution and the laws that govern county governments, every year, first of all, the 5-year term, when the governor came into office, his first thing was to make what he called the CIDP, County Integrated Development Plan. And that would capture all the dreams of and aspirations of the people in that county. So, and then, now before budgeting, while the CIDP will be the guide, before budgeting, there will be a public participation process. So we go to our people and we ask that lady, the farmer that you talked about, you're growing A, B, C, D, E. Does the road to your place work? Is it a road that interconnects from what we talked about? I think the governor talked about the wards. We have wards in different counties. In my county, where I come from, Siaya County, we have 30 wards. So you look at interconnectivity of infrastructure like roads, you look at water, you look at health, but you get the evidence directly from the citizen. So this evidence that is collected is what is now used to inform making of the budget, which once it's passed by, governor will have a cabinet of what we call county executive committee members who are ministers in the county. Now that cabinet, once they pass a budget, it's passed to elected members who, again, grassroots leaders. They're called county assembly members. So the ward or a ward representative. Now the ward representatives who are coming directly from the people, and I'm telling you, I've been a minister in the county, and I also have seen how the ward reps operate. You see, you are right in the village. Even your office, when you're in the headquarters, a villager can walk in anytime. I'm telling you that when I was a minister for trade for a year, then I did roads and public works for about 3 years. And part of the training I had to give my staff was that, look, that guy who has come directly from the farm with dusty shoes or no shoes, that is your customer. He's just as much as your customer as the one you used to serve in Nairobi when you're living in the high rise, when you're working in the high rise. So this customer comes directly to us, so we collect the evidence. Now we collect this evidence, it informs our budget. Where does our challenge come now? Our challenge is that this evidence that we collect year in, year out, is not collated to make sure that our planning now ahead, collectively, becomes something that can not only inform decisions on the national level, but even continentally. Because Africa is Africa. When you, in many of our countries, we have similar challenges. And I think this, even yesterday, when our deputy speaker was here for Ghana, he talked about that collective teamwork to work together. He says we can collect evidence, but if we do not, as a continent, work together, it cannot help us or take us anywhere. I said yesterday, as I finished, that if we think of this way, in a simple way, when Ghana is very good at football, and we are so proud of you for what you did. The other day, you tamed our former colonial masters. You did. And Ghana is good at football, so when Ghana wins, we win. We all win as Africans. And since Kenyans, we are good at running. When Kenya wins, everybody wins. I still feel, in fact, when we're done today, I'm going to put on my t-shirt. I'm going to look for that Ghana t-shirt. Because I'm not seeing enough celebration in this country. Somebody even sat here the other day and said, and that was, I won't mention them, their name, but they said that nothing much happened in the football match. A lot happened. So Africa, let's also celebrate our small and big wins, but let's work together. And thank you very much.
Excellent.
Thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much for landing on that quite nicely. And of course, Ghana's success in football is partly a function of the amount of pepper we eat. So East Africans, if you want to play soccer, you've got to be able to eat enough pepper. And so thank you so much. All right. So I'm going to now turn to Dr. Jared E2A, the Director General Economic Planning, also from Kenya, the Kenya National Treasury. That is where the money is. And so I'm going to turn to you now to also talk about this issue of evidence and African leadership in the evidence ecosystem, just to get your story in this space and what it will take us to do that. So over to you.
Thank you very much. Allow me also to ride on the already established protocols. I'm grateful for IST to invite me to this end. I think I'm the only one who works deep in government, being the leader in planning and of course evidence generation for the government of Kenya. Our colleague Chaoko has really put it what happens. I will try not to repeat, but of course summarize. His Excellency, former Prime Minister, has really hit what we need to do. I don't think I need also to repeat, but let me say one or two things. One, Africa-led. Africa-led does not mean that we have to invent the wheel. Of course, methodologies are there. We only need to ask whether these methodologies are speaking to the communities. Our communities are different across many of the parts of Africa, but of course, how do these methodologies be able to pick the voices, the priorities, the women, the youth voices into what we do? And I think that is what we really need to do. And of course, our priorities must be able to be picked in all the methodologies that we do. Of course, from what Prof talked about, Africa does not lack evidence. The last 2 days, we've seen a number of evidences that have been generated, isn't it? How many of these evidence that we have seen are likely to inform government? How many of these are likely to enter into the planning, into the budgeting processes of government? I think that is the question we ask. Of course, giving examples from Kenya, and of course, Jauka has spoken about public participation, and of course, we take pride in our own governor of Kisumu, Prof, that he has fought this fight to be able to have that the public participation that we talk about in the Constitution of Kenya, that everything must be informed by evidence. So we have enshrined in our Constitution public participation that makes evidence generated from communities to be able to be informing our planning and of course our budgeting and of course our development discourse. That must be acknowledged. And of course, any country in Africa that needs to make sure that the evidence is finding its way into government, then of course public participation is a cornerstone. Of course, we talk about then, when we talk about evidence ecosystem, we really still want to speak about the National Statistical System. And of course, then we talk about the M&D system. And of course, both of these must be participatory. They must be informed by the people. But of course, in Kenya, what we have done, of course, we have reviewed our Statistical Act, which we are going to table in Parliament, that evidence being generated by research institutions, from the universities, from the communities, have to find their way into our official statistics so that we can be able to, when we have this evidence which is generated, can be able to inform what we do as a government. And I think that is one of the issues. Therefore, we ask ourselves, how do we be able to bring into the producers and users of evidence? How do we bring them together? How do we bridge this gap that has always existed? I know from the University of Nairobi, where I'm affiliated, that there is too much evidence that is being generated. But how does this information or evidence find itself into government policies and, of course, programs and projects? I think that is the most important thing that we really need to look at. And of course, as we look at that, then we have to talk about the people who are generating evidence at the community level. How does this evidence then move up so that we can still be able to tap it? And again, looking at that, we find that a lot of evidence being generated by the communities does not find itself. Of course, through our public participation, some of these evidence is able to find itself. But of course, in most cases, governments would ignore some of the evidence that maybe might be political, because politicians are quite different. It might be political, and they might not be able to take this evidence. Therefore, how do we be able to synthesize the evidence in a way that can inform our political choices and be able to move our continent forward? There are a number of things that I think Prof has picked up, His Excellency has picked up, especially should our evidence generation be supported by donors? Should the donors lead in this in funding of our evidence? How much money? I remember Prof, when he was my minister, he said that statistics or data is very expensive, and therefore government must be prepared to put resources so that we can know that the poverty we are talking about in Africa or in the country can be addressed. If you do not have this evidence on poverty levels, you will not be able to address that kind of issue. But of course, if government does not put that resources, which maybe His Excellency put it in a way that the security operators, especially I think in Kenya we call it NIS, intelligence security, has got a lot of resources for evidence generation. But if you go to the statistics unit, the money that they are given is only donor. In Kenya, I think much of the money that we are using is from the World Bank. So how do we then be able to have evidence that is Africa-led if we cannot be able to budget for the statistical system and, of course, the MRD? Our MRD system in Kenya, which is one of the most developed, of course, when you compare in Africa, South Africa, Kenya, Uganda, and all that, these are more developed MRD systems. But we ask ourselves, how much money is budgeted for these kind of systems to continue generating the required evidence? I think I need to stop there. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much. And I'm glad you've mentioned a national statistics system. I'll come back to you three in government to tell us the role of the national statistics system as you're concluding, in addition to your concluding remarks, whether or not the national statistical system is a way of institutionalizing this knowledge generation that you have all talked about. I'm going now to turn to Dr. Dennis Rangi, probably needs no introduction. But first of all, let me acknowledge and appreciate Ambassador Sham Amadi, the High Commissioner of Kenya to Ghana. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for being with us. Thank you. All right, so Dr. Dennis Rangi, biological control scientist and immediate past Director General of the Center for Agriculture and Bioscience International, CABI, needs no introduction. So you have been a practitioner in this field for over 30 years, and I know you have a wealth of experience in this, and maybe thinking about African leadership in the evidence ecosystem. You may have had some stories to tell us, so let us hear from you what you think must happen to engineer that.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I love stories. As you've heard, my name is Dennis Rangi, and I retired from CABI 2 months ago, and as Director General. And David smoked me out of my retirement and told me to come and attend this conference, which I'm quite enjoying, because when you are a Director General, and especially when you're from Africa, working for an international organization, one of the challenges you have is to see how you are making sure that your communities are benefiting from the work that you do at that level. So to me, this evidence thing comes at a very right time. That's one. Number two, I think sometimes when we talk, we don't really appreciate the progress that Africa as a continent is making in terms of the things that we're talking about. Having been in this space for the last 40 years or so, I'm still young though, having been in this space for 40 years, I think a lot has been done, but I think what David and the team are doing in terms of really documenting and telling us how to use evidence, I think is quite useful indeed. One of, just going back to stories now, one of the things that I found quite interesting, and this comes to funding, if you don't fund your work, you have a problem of not really saying or prioritizing what you really want to do as a country or as an organization. So that becomes a very big problem. And I still remember we got some good funding as an organization from one of the funding agencies, but the condition that was given to us was how many papers we were going to publish as a criteria for more funding in the following year. So the published papers became a big criteria and not the evidence that we were producing and how that was going to be helping communities. So that became quite a challenge. And at the end of the day, we had to write these in our appraisal systems, and staff were churning out papers, and that became the way of a reward for the staff. In addition to that, the other thing they really wanted us to do was the number of partnerships we're putting in place to implement activities with other international organizations, not necessarily the grassroots organizations. So when you're faced in that situation, somebody is really, calling the shots. Of course, that is the agenda that you have to address. But we had to really look at how best, what can we do to really see how this evidence is really benefiting our communities. So I think the role of government becomes very, very critical in terms of seeing how things can translate to benefit our communities. And I think the things that must change, and in Kenya, one of the things that we do is we have the National Science Council that also oversees the research that is conducted in the country. And that becomes very, very important in terms of seeing how the whole research translates to the local agenda and benefits the country at large. So that is one. But one of the other things that I feel good about, having worked for Kabi, obviously, one of the things that was happening is we've been in the space. Kabi is about 120 years old, and a lot has evolved in terms of how Africa is generating its own information, its own knowledge, in terms of supporting its own activities, rather than just being a consumer of knowledge from outside. So in that regard, one of the things that we did, and this was kind of catalyzed by the donor we were dealing with, was if we give you $6 million, can we get the governments to put in another $6 million so that the project is 12 million, and at the end of the day, there's more ownership? So that was one particular project that was looking at invasive weeds. And it was in 4 countries, including Ghana, Uganda, Zambia, and Ethiopia. And one of the things, now talking about what also must change, is about if you have a project that is within the Ministry of Agriculture, you must also see how it relates to another ministry, in this case, Ministry of Environment. And then you must also see how the anchor ministry, which is the Ministry of Finance, can support all that. So when we got that project, the ministers for agriculture in all the 4 countries and the ministries of environment told us, we love this project because, number one, when you look at water hyacinth, for example, it has a big bearing in terms of electricity production in, say, Owen Falls Dam, in terms of fish rearing in the Caribbean, and, in the other 2 countries as well. So we'd ask them, what do we really need to do to make sure that at the end of the day, we are getting a very holistic approach to solving this problem as the 4 countries. And they said, what you really need to do is to talk to our ministries of finance. So we took it upon ourselves, talked to the ministries of finance in all the 4 countries, and I think there was success means at the end of the day, and therefore how their role is very, very important in terms of supporting the activity, then you will get them at the right place. So we went and met all the ministries of finance, and when we met them, they all allocated funding to this particular project. And today, to this day, one of the greatest projects that has really built sustainability in the 4 countries in terms of management of waterways or invasives in general has been this particular project. Why? Because at the end of the day, we've realized that when the government puts its money into a project activity, and then the government puts its money into a project activity, and the project does not just necessarily come from outside, then they put in monitoring mechanisms in place to ensure that they are following and making sure that it is delivering to the required agenda. So that is another story that I just wanted to tell to lend to that. But the bigger issue is Africa will always do what is right and what is needed. And 4 or 5 years ago, we had a big problem with the fall armyworm. And I believe many of you witnessed that. The fall armyworm, I think, was first recorded in this region, and it devastated a lot of cereal crops, especially maize, in the whole of Africa. But through partnership, through leadership, my organization, KABI at the time, the CGIR and FAO came together, put evidence together about what could be done and what the impacts of this could be. And together, money was put very quickly. And in few months, just 3 months, not 17 years, in just 3 months, we were able to put that evidence together to help combat the fall armyworm situation. So to me, David, I think these are the kind of stories that we need to document and say, how did we do that in such a way that we were able to address the potential food insecurity that was going to arise from the fall armyworm infestation. So I think it is possible. Sometimes our priorities are not right, but I think when we package the story very well, and I've given you the story of the invasive weeds, and I've now given you the story of fall armyworm, when you package the story very well, I think Africa is well prepared, and Africa can really, really move fast indeed to address these issues. So I think there are many things that we can put together to inform the politicians. Politicians, they are bad when they talk politics, but when they're really talking about things that threaten the electoral base, they change their way of thinking and they move very, very quickly.
Right.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Certainly, I mean, if you are touching a politician's political office, things can work out quickly. Maybe that's why we should be telling our evidence. So we have 7.5 minutes left. I'm going to give you each 1 minute, roughly 1 minute, a little over 1 minute to wind up. So the last point I want to ask for Professor Janet here and Jane, and then from Professor Ranji, just to, if in your concluding remarks, you can just say something a little about what voices are missing in the evidence ecosystem that we need to be mindful of, whose voice is missing in that space. And for my colleagues from government, as I mentioned, I just want to say the National Statistical System and its role in this evidence ecosystem. So respond to that question and your concluding remarks in 1 minute. So I'll start with you, Professor Ambugu.
Yeah, so in my 1 minute, I will say that I think throughout this meeting, we are very clear that the voice of the policymakers has to be there. We've also heard that the communities, the beneficiaries or users of this evidence we are trying to create must be there, not at the end when we are taking them. Somebody from government yesterday told us, on Wednesday told us that the government will shock you when you come with your evidence. So we don't want to shock government. So we have to involve them from the onset, right? So that there's ownership. And I think the case studies we've had through the labs, most of the successful ones had the ownership or involvement of government from the onset. Plus, the keynote speaker today really gave a good case study of involving the beneficiaries, the users, so that we co-create, so that you don't come too late when your evidence is no longer useful. But I want to add one more group that should be included. At Arua, I work with early career researchers. And these early career researchers from the parks director, she said the young people are missing. Why? Because the donors, they come to establish researchers, right? They come, when you're writing a proposal, they look at your track record. So we're not giving the young researchers opportunity to bring them. They have really innovative ideas. So we're looking for innovative ideas from the younger, what you call the next generation of researchers. But nobody wants to take a risk to have them put their ideas to test. So I'm now campaigning for the early career researchers. We have to invest in them because they have to be part of the creation. Sometimes our mind, we are thinking about things that are past, but these young people have very fresh ideas, untested, out of the box. Can we take a risk with them in this agenda setting for research in the evidence generation ecosystem? Again, as we said, I think it has been said over before, when it comes to evidence that will inform policy, it's not about who is involved in the research, but it's about who actually decides which research should be done. Yes? Who decides which is the most important research question? Because if we are not there and the research questions are decided elsewhere, then we will be generating evidence, all right? But whose evidence, right? So for me, that is my partnership, that we have to be at the agenda setting table, help to define the research questions, be engaged in the research, but we can't do that if they say he who pays the piper calls a tune. Is that right? So you can't even demand to set the agenda when you're not putting any resources in it. So this is a challenge to the discussion we have. We have to actually pay the piper so that we are part of the agenda setting.
I think the Prime Minister talks very well about data and its sovereignty. And I think one of our questions that came across was how to make sure that we generate our own data. I think I'll say that as a government, of course, data is very important to us. Statistics are very important because that's how you get to gauge how far back you are and where you want to go. So it of course informs interventions by government. I want to say that Africans, please, as we love each other, we also need to now take our gloves off. And even if it means punching your brother so that he wakes up, or your sister, please, we must do it. As long as it's costing, let me tell you something, the sad thing. It costs about, in economy, Kenya Airways, to get here and return, almost 400,000 shillings. That's Kenyan shillings. Now, it costs me the same time to go to Dubai from Nairobi, about 100,000. 100,000 shillings. I call Kenya from here for 20 shillings per minute. I call US, India, Canada for 3 shillings. People, I mean, what are we doing? We have to get serious with each other, huh? Okay? Because if we are talking about evidence and using it across borders, how are we going to do that when we can't even communicate with each other? When it's a problem to visit you. I want to visit Uganda. Next door, it costs me as much as going to Dubai and back. I mean, from Nairobi. So this is my contribution here today. Because one more thing, if you we have Lake Victoria, and it's in Governor's Anyang' Nyong'o's county, Kisumu. Now, when you want to put irrigation or generate power there, you have to ask Egypt, who made and who made that treaty? It's the British. You know, we have to take the bull by the horns. And when we say we're going to generate evidence and use it, let's also do what is necessary to make sure that our legs and hands are not tied, because nothing is stopping us as Africans from collaborating with each other and just throwing off the shackles so that we can move this continent forward. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. In reference to the issue of national statistical system, for us coming from Parliament, we already recognize the importance of the national statistical system, because it is one of the sources of information that when you quote, you don't generate debate. Everybody agrees with you. This is very authentic. So it's one of our primary source of information. And as I speak with you now, we are collaborating. The Research Department of Parliament is in collaboration with the Ghana National Statistical Service. And anytime we need information, we easily get it, because even one-on-one relationship we had with them. And since it is one of the areas that our members always want information from, it helps us a lot. So it's something that we cannot run away from. They come to us, we go to them. When they generate new information, they share with us. We don't even go, they share with us. It is when we need information that we don't have, then we call them and then they give it to us. We have that understanding with them. So in my concluding remarks, let me just do that. You know, this evidence-informed policy, one critical thing that we must keep in mind is to let the policymakers and then the researchers come together. Because on Wednesday, we all witnessed the MOU that we signed here. Is one of the steps that we have taken as a parliament to bring researchers closer to policymakers so that we can always do. But that also calls for us to understand each other. Because one of the things we notice is that the policymakers do not understand the researchers, and the researchers do not also understand the policymakers. And then one lesson I learned from the House of Commons, which I want to share, is that they have an office they call POST, Parliamentary Office of Science and Technology, just briefly. And that office is supposed to serve as a link between the research community and the House. And they have a system where they train researchers on the functions, the needs, and so many things about the House, so that researchers can tailor their research to the needs of the House. And I think it's one of the things that we are moving into, and maybe many other countries can adopt that style to help us. Thank you very much.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Let me borrow one or two issues, and maybe I can ask some questions, isn't it? So, what is an evidence ecosystem, and who is involved in it? And what's the role of government in terms of the evidence that communities generate? And of course, looking at the evidence ecosystem, then who sets the research agenda? Should it everyone setting the research agenda, or should we have a framework in each of the ministries or sectors of the economy to set some of the research agenda, which then can be able to inform what we do? So I look at how communities, how the youth, women and the vulnerables can be able to generate the evidence that affect them, and how this can reach the evidence ecosystem. Should they come through the M&D systems that we have, or should they come through the national statistical system, so then they can be official statistics? I think we need to answer these questions. We need to put in place frameworks that can be able to push us forward in terms of bringing everybody on board. Of course, in Kenya, we spoke about public participation. We've talked about the national statistical system, where the Statistical Act has been reviewed to include evidence that is being generated by the communities. Such evidence will be able to push the continent forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. Ranji, you have the last word.
Thank you very much. I think there's a general tendency that we get the evidence from published works, and I think in many ways getting evidence from that source tends to exclude a number of voices in Africa. And I think when you look at, for example, there is a lot that is gathered through gray literature, project reports and all that. I think it'd be good for ICED and the team to really see how we can come up with mechanisms to really gather that kind of evidence, to make sure that it's also comes to inform the things that we do. Because journals are paywalled, and sometimes our researchers cannot really access them. In addition to that, and my colleagues have already said that, there is what we call indigenous technical knowledge that only comes from the communities. And again, it is important that we see how we best engage communities so that what they know is not lost. We need to see how we bring that and integrate that into our scientific findings to make sure that whatever we come up with is a really African solution to our African problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Really, this has been impressive. Thank you. I learned a lot from all of you, so thanks for your inputs. And let me ask you to give them a round of applause again for an excellent panel. All right, so I have two responsibilities here, and I'll turn back to Dr. Obuku to take the rest of the announcement. So first of all, for the panelists, I didn't think I would leave here without getting a photo opportunity, as he said, so I would want to take a photo with the team here. So if you can just move to the edge of the stage, we'll take a photo. And then once we're done with that photo, we will have the dignitaries seated in front here to just line in front here for another photo. That's the instructions I got. And so we'll have the dignitaries line here after this photo to take a second photo. And then I'll call on Dr. Obuku to continue the announcement.
So what must change?
Ready? Done? Thank you. Let's have the dignitaries just come. Just move in front here. The dignitaries just line here. They will use their AI to take that one. Yes. Let's have Kamau come and improve the what must change. There wasn't a middle exactly, but if we have the youthful lady there, it will be. Come in the middle here. Here. The middle is right here for the youthful. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. A round of applause for that. I just have. Yes, so we are going to have break, and then we will split up into our various rooms. I'm requesting the dignitaries to follow this door here. You know, here we have what we call a full belly policy, and I wanted to thank David for ensuring that. So the dignitaries, ambassador, prime minister, speaker, take the right. So government and parliamentary lab, you'll remain here, government and parliamentary lab, and Penina will coordinate that. Seminar room 1, implementation and civil society lab, seminar room 1. Evidence, research and policy innovation lab in OCDC. And finally, private sector, EBDM lab and financing and investment lab in NB11. NB11, Bon Appetit, Akwaba.
So we are starting the session. Please come to the front seats so as we start the session earlier. So welcome to our day 3 on our governance and parliamentary lab. As we see yesterday, we listened to our selected abstracts. Now today we are finalizing to see how those evidence from the abstracts can be transforming and scaling or transferable and institutionalization to other places or other countries. Then we'll call upon the presenters to give us a short summary of what of their abstract, and of course, to give insights of the way forward concerning the transformation, scaling, transferability, and institutionalization. we have to end our session. And we hope that, we thank you presenters and all the participants. And we hope that all of the discussions will be accommodated. We know that our rapporteurs are taking note. Then will be accommodated, the recommendation and or the discussion to the evidence to action organizers for the next way forward, of course, of the conference. Then thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. We are heading towards the end of the program, but I think it's always important when you go to class, your teacher or lecturer comes to class, talks about everything they want to do, and then toward the tail end, they try to summarize what they've talked about in the course of the lecture. And that's where we are now. We're going to take some reflections over the last 5 days. Those of us who were here for the pre-conference gathering, the first 2 days, the side event, we started talking about evidence to action. And then the last 3 days, I think you can agree with me that has been a great learning experience for all of us and for us to share our stories. All right, so before we begin the reflections, I think it would be out of place if this evidence to action conference, which is a little bit about evaluation, if we don't start from home, because they say charity begins at home. So if we are talking about evidence to action, talking about M&E evaluation, then we want to begin with this, that you scan and you begin the evaluation process and tell us how we have done and how we could improve as we journey on to the next conference, so that it can be better than what it's been this year. And so to do the reflections, we would like to have our country reps from the various countries that are here: Gambia, Guinea, Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, South Africa, and Somalia. We would want to have the reps from these countries to have a seat here together with Dr. Ameya. Shall we welcome them with a round of applause? The country reps from Gambia, Guinea, Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, South Africa, and Somalia. I'm told we have the rep from Niger too here, and Cameroon. So please, if you hear the rep from Niger and Cameroon, if you're here, please join us here. Can we have the rep from Uganda join us? And the rep from South Africa. Now, having been here for the last few days, I hope you've noted down your own reflection. What's your take-home message? Because you traveled from far and near to be at this conference. You should take something home. So what is that thing that you're taking home so that it's worth coming here? And we would want to hear from our panel here. So I hand over to our director.
Thank you very much. I hope that the past 3 days, we have been able to interact with people from different countries. I think that is one of the key to a successful conference, networking. I was talking to a friend of mine from Uganda, and I said, before you go, you have to show me 15 people that you have established contact with. Today, we have had so many people from so many countries, and this time, we want to hear from them, what their view have been, how they have experienced. Not to talk about the pepper. That one, please, don't bring it up. You know, Ghanaians cannot live. But I will challenge you to go to Nigeria, and there you will see between Ghana and Nigeria where the pepper is very hot, isn't it? So this is a refreshing time. So we will start with my friend Eugene from Uganda. You have 3 minutes to share your refresh. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be here. Thank you, Dr. Amir, for your wonderful hosting. We are really grateful. In this conference, first of all, I think I've made more than the 15 already. The 15 contacts, I think we've connected.
I see Cameroon. Meribet, Cameroon, please come and take my seat. Cameroon. Yes. Because we have Cameroon here, and I don't see them up here. Nigeria. they said we have Nigeria also. Can we take one of the Nigeria? Who is representing Nigeria? Kabir. Is Kabir here? Who is representing Nigeria? Okay, yes, you are here. Okay. Okay, so it's going to be self-managed group. I'm going to sit down and they will finish, and then when they finish, I will come and talk about the closing remark. Thank you.
Okay, I may continue now. I was appreciating the fact that I made more than the 15 that Dr. Mio was referring to. But importantly, there is a lot that I've learned in the 3 days I've been here. All said and done, evidence to action. Key things that came out to me was we cannot do this without working with other people. So the co-creation bit came out strongly, that we need to have the great partnerships, that those partnerships should be able to support how we can push the evidence to be translated into policy. That's a very key one to me. But we also have the aspect where we need to be able to also co-create. So collaboration is one thing, but co-creation is another. So if you don't have capability to do certain things, but you really need them to work for you, it's important that we are able to also bring in expertise. So it still goes back to the same point that co-creation is one of the key ideals that will help and support in evidence generation to policy that will enable us to now go into impacting and changing the society. And lastly, I can say that comfortably, the networks that are created here, I was referring to somebody in the morning today, I was telling them that this is a very closed community that we share in. And most of the times you're gonna meet me here, you're gonna meet me somewhere, and we have an opportunity to continue building this ecosystem. In our today's morning address, there was that bit of ecosystem, building the ecosystem that can actually continually push the agenda forward. And I'm happy that Dr. Mio and team are really pushing the evidence to action agenda, and I look forward to us reducing that evidence to policy number of years from the current 17, we saw that it can become now 10, and now to the suggested 3. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. So we would continue this way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Asante sana. You know, I am lost for words. But I tell you that being here in the home, the birthplace of the African Union is again another proud thing that Ghanaians, you must hold dearly. Me, I grew up with a photo of my grandfather, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, on a wall, a very big portrait of a handshake with, again, another African hero, to us, Kwame Nkrumah. Jaramogi was my grandfather. I had pictures with Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, and Africans who thought the best for this continent. And I think through that kind of experience, I was brought up a Pan-Africanist. So that's why I was telling you that I wanted to even, I have to still go and kiss the ground in Ghana properly this afternoon, because it is a great pride for me to be here. There's my auntie is also married here, so I'm an in-law. So in my community, I should be asking for money for boys. But this is, it's fantastic. You know, as a take home for me, I've seen with my own eyes, because Ghana, in the past 2 years, Ghana is now the country I've traveled to the latest in Africa. And I was in South Sudan the other day. I was in Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia. And the Pan-African drum is beating the same. I was in Ethiopia. Oh my, I'm so proud of Ethiopia for what they've taken up. This baby that you birthed here, called the EU. They have taken it and are making our headquarters look like a real headquarters of the African Union. They've not, there's nothing mediocre anymore about what Africa is. And I'm asking everybody who's here, as you see even Ghana, again, I go back to it, I belabor it. What you did in soccer and what you're still going to do, I know you're going to do wonderful in this World Cup, is an example for Africa. Let's be proud and hold our wins. We are the richest continent on this planet, and we must behave that way. We can't be the richest and we behave like we are the servants in the room. No more. And for that, I think I'm even more inspired. Dr. Thank you for the team for hosting us. Without you bringing us together here, we will not be having this conversation. I know that what we're living with here is a fire that you will be proud to see burning more and more and more. So let's please do more of this. And as we said, a call to action. This is what this is for us. The African lion, I've heard it roaring here. Just go home and keep roaring where you are. Lioness or lion, don't relent. The African dream must be achieved, and it starts with you. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you very much. Good evening. We thank, first of all, the Almighty Allah who allowed us to be here. And we thank actually everyone who, one way or the other, participated the success of this wonderful conference. Many thanks goes to ICE team led by Dr. David. I was here 2 years ago in this same conference hall. We had actually learned a lot from the 8th conference that was held 2 years ago in 2024. One of our key takeaways by then was to have the first FIMANI conference in Somalia. We sat with Dr. David and Dr. Samsung Machuka, who is not here with us. And they helped us drafting the concept note and the program. We had a wonderful 2 days conference. Then again in 2025, the same thing. So that was one of our key takeaways from the last conference. This one is actually different. To those who know me, I am the pioneers of evidence to action. I have participated. The first one held in Kenya. The second one was also held in 2019 in Kenya as well. So I've actually been coming to evidence to action whenever I get opportunity. We have many key takeaways to go back with, but one of it is institutionalizing data governance. Evidence to action has to be institutionalized and cascaded to different levels of offices and governments. If we are to produce good evidence, Africa or specific countries has to or must finance evidence generation. We have also learned that sometimes we blame ourselves, but many have actually said that we cannot be the slave of the past, meaning that we can't be a slave of yesterday. The other day, this has happened, this has happened, this has happened. For how long will we continue to actually saying so? We have to stand by our own. We have to finance on our own, evidence generations, and we have to take our evidence to another levels. For one of the key takeaways is that one cannot actually do alone. They always say that coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, but working together is a success. And that is where the issues actually is. You can come together and gather as this beautiful conference. You can be here for a while, but the main thing is working together. So what we have actually learned is that institutions has to actually work together, because whatever we do is actually interlinked or interdependent or interrelated with other actual agencies. For example, I head a department of National Monitoring and Evaluation Department. That department at Ministry of Planning alone cannot be an evidence generating department. We have to have a collaboration with Somalian National Bureau of Statistics. They are the custodians of data, and we are also data users. So we have to remove that silos within our systems. We have to have a strategic and structural approach for evidence generation. I think if I speak what I have gained from this, or the key takeaways, that may take even actually hours, but what I want to say lastly is that we need to be the change makers. Mahatma Gandhi, when he said that if you wish to see change in the world, be the change you wish to see in the world. So from here, we can actually be the change agents at our specific institutions and our specific countries. Africa will no longer left behind. We are in 21st century. And the world has become a global village, and no one wants to be left behind. In Somalia, I will convey your best regards to our people and our government. The country is now stabilizing. We have benchmarked to many African countries. Some months ago, we were in Dar es Salaam, in Tanzania. 6 months ago, we were in Uganda. Last year, we were in Kenya. And then here we are in Accra, actually Ghana. So we are grabbing knowledge and skills from African countries and taking back to our home. So sooner or later, you will come and benchmark from Somalia. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Gambian delegation, of course, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker. And with your permission, Honorable Speaker, our key reflection as far as this conference is concerned is basically I have to be a little bit biased coming from Parliament. And of course, having parliamentary knowledge and experience, I have to be a little bit biased towards our key take-home messages as far as this conference is concerned. Because in Parliament, what we believe in representing the people, representing the masses. And whatever that is said here, it's for let's move from evidence to action. And whatever action that we do, those actions have to benefit the masses. So definitely, I think this is a very important gathering. It's a very important convergence. And we wish to say that we've taken note and we've taken this as a very important event. And we want to thank the organizers. We want to thank everybody here. And of course, based on the presentations that have been done here and the panel discussions, we've learned that at the level of parliament, before you enact a law, you need to make sure that what you need to know, what will this law benefit the masses? And if this law is enacted, what will it change? Now, where we need to do more work as far as our experience and of course our learning from this conference is concerned, when a law is enacted, and of course it has been implemented, what we call post-legislative scrutiny. What are the different, like if a law is being made, it have to come with objects and reasons and so on. Are those objects and reasons definitely addressed since the law was promulgated into being a law? And of course, what gaps still exist as far as that law is concerned, and what can be done better? And this cannot be achieved, of course, without collaborating with the executive and, of course, academia. You have to do research and tell you the facts. And, of course, what do we think we need to change? So I think these are the key messages that we learn as far as the Gambian delegation is concerned. And we want to thank everybody, and we want to make sure that there is an initiative that we've started at the level of Parliament, that is this post-legislative scrutiny. And I want to thank ICE because they have signed a memorandum of understanding with our Parliament, that's the National Assembly. And in the MOU, I know capacity building is there, both for staffs and of course members of Parliament. I want to emphasize that post-legislative scrutiny training be part of that. As far as we are concerned, we want to make sure that that is definitely strengthening at the level of Parliament, so that we know actually what we are doing in Parliament based on our different debates, based on the laws that we enact, and many other things. Because in Parliament we do a lot of talking, and you cannot talk without knowledge, and of course you have to talk based on evidence. You cannot just start talking there without having facts before you. So we want to emphasize that this is something that we take seriously, and going back home, we will make sure that as far as the MOU is concerned, with the guidance from the Office of the Clerk and the Speaker, staff and parliamentarians benefit, and of course, let that benefit reflect on the people that we represent. I think that is important, because there are many things that have been done based on research, based on policies, and so on, but are the local people really feeling it? Like, I'll give you an example. For instance, when you come to health, there are many health centers or even health facilities being constructed, even in Gambia. And before, some of them are even just concentrated in key villages or in key communities within the communities. But now there is that of decentralization. Now, even some of the most remote parts of the Gambia, you see that there is a health facility or a health post. Why? What have the government learned from that, and what have driven the government to make sure that they venture into that initiative? And I can tell you that is all as a result of evidence, research, because we have a very strong primary healthcare agenda as far as the Ministry of Health is concerned in the Gambia. And it is based on that the government now decentralized health and having health posts. So now those health posts will handle those cases at the primary level, and when things don't work fine, they refer to the higher level. So I think all that being done, it's definitely based on research and based on data. If the data is not available, some of these things will be very difficult to achieve. So on that note, I want to thank you, and then we want to take this on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker. I have to reference him. In Parliament, if you are speaking, you speak based on the permission of the Speaker. So anytime you speak, sometimes he can tell you sit down, but once you keep mentioning him with your permission, you will see that he will keep giving you more time so that you can express yourself more. So I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Permanent Secretary from the Prime Minister's Office, Tanzania, and of course, Tanzanian delegates, I would like to thank the conference organizers, mainly Dr. David, for giving us opportunity to participate in this wonderful conference. Being here, we have learned a lot. And of course, not participating, but be part of it. We have given a chance to moderate, to facilitate, etc. So we felt that we are part of these organizers. Then secondly, we have talked with Dr. David as a takeaway. We'll communicate with him. Of course, we'll engage him in so many things. First of all, we would like to engage him on the evidence gap map. That I think we'll prepare the concept note and we'll communicate with you. We know for Tanzania, we are also strengthening the MND system for government performance. So we might have the data, the systems are there, but engaging the internal and external stakeholders, that's the key issue. That's what we are seeing here. Then we will make sure that we engage different stakeholders to make sure that we're strengthening the MND system for government performance. As for us, the role of the Prime Minister is to make sure that the government has the mandate to make sure that the government is performing. So that's our key issue and takeaway so far. Then lastly, we would like again to welcome you at Arusha for the MEL conference on September 22nd to 26th. I think we'll have so many engagement there, discussions, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I've always wanted to say this, like many others, all protocols observed. Quick introduction. My name is Dr. Promise Nduku. I'm basically based in South Africa at the University of Cape Town at a unit called Ascend. We just work around climate and health research, and I do a lot of synthesis there. But I think, just to quickly jump into the key takeaway, for me, I think I must say the takeaway actually comes from the design of this conference, and I think I must give my mentor here, Dr. Meao, his flowers. Thank you. Congratulations on a successful E2A. There was no doubt that it was going to be successful, but one thing that I really want to emphasize, I think this is where you would want to clap your hands more. It's Dr. Meao's ability is convening power, right? Yes, we are all here, but you see the number, the amount of policymakers that were in the room. It might seem easy to have those people, this type of people, in our midst, but it's not easy. Why is it important? I've been to so many conferences over the years, but we tend to sit there only as researchers and speak, come up with these ideas. This is how much we can drive evidence. And yet those who need that evidence are not part of that conversation. So for me, this is really impeccable, the ability of the men to convene us all like that. So that is one key takeaway and a lesson that we would want to adopt. How best can we convene the people that need the evidence to be in the same room as us as we discuss those issues around evidence use? And of course, for me, and he also knows my mentor, I'm mentioning him as my mentor, but I'm making it official now as I'm saying. So, but anyway, this idea about, and he actually knows through our conversation that we had about 2-3 weeks ago over the phone, that Africans, we need to, in this evidence space, this business of evidence, let's own the agenda. At the end of the day, we understand our own problems more than anyone, right? And I can talk about these aspects, but maybe one thing that I would like to say and connect it into, so for me, the idea, just the theme on its own, right, is a key takeaway for me, reimagining the ecosystem in Africa. And it's actually driven by us Africans. And I just want to leave you with a quote. I was in Morocco in May at a conference called the OTT, and there was a doctor there, Dr. Dennis. I think he founded the Dennis and some, I forgot the other part of the name, but some foundation there is, he's from Cameroon. He said, do not seek legitimacy based on standards that are outside your own context. I thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nain Mirabel, and I am representing Cameroon, Le Continent. So for my key takeaways from this conference, I think first of all, we're very grateful to ICE for organizing this conference, bringing together different actors within the evidence ecosystem and especially policymakers in the same room. Thank you for taking the words out of my mouth, promise. You had the same key takeaways as myself, one of them. I think very often we spend time as researchers speaking to each other, and the people that we really need to be speaking to are absent in the room. So this conference was able to bring together a host of policymakers into one room and have them contribute and share with us their different perspectives on how we can begin to reimagine evidence-informed decision-making. And I think that the conference has been very impactful with lots of insightful discussions, starting from the pre-conference, where we had different people showcase different methodologies, especially around AI, how we can begin to use AI to accelerate evidence synthesis and also to transfer methodologies from one context to another. Because the end result of doing research is that it should be able to influence action, should be able to influence decision, not only to policymakers, but also at household and even in the places that we work. We do not have 17 years, so we must build on these tools to accelerate evidence into action. And I was very impressed when one of the keynote speakers or one of the presenters said that Africa is not going to change by elections, but by the work that we are doing in our different corners to ensure that we're igniting this change. So if the research that we are doing is not even personally affecting our lives, where we are coming from, then we cannot begin to try to influence the policymaker at large. So first of all, the change must begin from us, where we are coming from. And also another key takeaway was around the booth area. If you have come to the booths, especially the e-based booth which we brought, that was igniting discussions around what we must do differently as evidence actors to ensure that evidence is shaping the decisions that we are making everywhere, in practice, at household, at policy level. So many people have come under that baobab tree to contribute to giving it life. When that baobab tree was brought there, it didn't have leaves. Imagine a baobab tree without leaves. It has now grown leaves, grown flowers, and today it has fruits. That's the impact that our evidence is supposed is supposed to be making everywhere that we are. So thank you very much, everyone, for contributing to breathing life to the baobab tree. And that says that we must continue to do the work that we are doing. It's already producing some results, but we must do more because we need to build those relationships. We need to build the trust. We need to continue generating the evidence, but looking at who it needs to impact, including even the youths. Because if you bring your research in a way that does not speak to the youth, you're leaving the youth out, but she needs that evidence to be able to make an informed choice. If you're producing the evidence that cannot reach the mother in the house in a way that will influence them on how they should make decisions to support their household, then you're leaving them out. If you do not package your evidence to reach the policymaker in a way that he can quickly look at it and be able to make a decision on realities that he's seen in front of him, which are an emergency or which are urgent, then the research will continue to gather dust in the shelf. And that is not what we want to happen to our research. So all of us as research actors within the evidence ecosystem, as policymakers, as practitioners, evaluators, we must continue pushing forward the work that we're doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Emmanuel Remi Ayede from the University of Ibadan in Nigeria. When the opening ceremony commenced the first day, I had a chance afterwards to talk with Dr. Kabil, who is also from Nigeria, and we're asking each other, how can this event be taking place? And we'll have people coming from Kenya, coming from the Gambia, coming from all of those places, and no Nigerian official. So it was very surprising to us because Lagos is 40 minutes, Abuja is 1 hour, and we have a special relationship with Ghana. So it was really, really surprising. So because I was in Uganda when it happened in 2023, and I must say that the presence of officials there was far, far less than what we have here. So it's really a major achievement that we have this kind of officials. And we also looked at our institutions concerning the state of evidence. And we say, yeah, we have all of these questions related to research, evaluation, but the language of evidence has not gained traction in Nigeria at all. And so we thought we should, because the parliament has an institute for legislative and democratic studies. We also have the Ministry of Finance, and we have a series of government think tanks that are supposed to be active in this movement. And we noticed, of course, that they are not here. So we had the discussion, and we said, probably the first step that we need to take is to actually plan a convening of this evidence to action in Nigeria. And he told me that, of course, that he has approached the organizers and that we have to take that forward against 2028. So we would go back and talk to the appropriate government officials and see how multiple institutions in Nigeria can collaborate to host one of these convenings. Because I think it's very important. We have had organizations across Africa pulling resources together to promote evidence uptake, and they have always included Nigeria as part of it. I mean, I'm talking about a product from PASGR. When they started the initiative, we were there, but Nigeria is there. When they started the PhD program in public policy, Nigerian University is also there. So we have been working with Pretoria, working with Nairobi to ensure that this evidence issue is taken up at the university level. And I've also spoken with the gentleman from Afrobarometer. I've had the chance to also work with them. We evaluated their around 10 surveys. So I think that a lot has to be moved around, especially in Nigeria, so that this evidence movement would not stop short of getting the Nigerian buy-in. So we would do whatever we need to do to ensure that we are part of this movement and we are effectively integrated into it. Thank you very much.
We can do better. All right, so before we run up, we want to have a group picture with our reps. And then afterwards, we will then invite All right, thank you very much. Before I invite Dr. Mayao to come up, I think one of the things that has been so wonderful at this conference, which you don't usually see at conferences, is to have the people who have been in the different areas. They have been professors, they have been in private sector, they have been in government, so they understand the different languages. Because sometimes if you have all professors, all we do is we meet, talk about research, that's it, we go home. And the government people, they meet, they talk government business, but when you have people who have the different type of experience talking to us, I think it feels different. And so I would like to invite, before Dr. Mayao, our governor from Kenya. He's a professor. He's also in government and with a private sector mindset as well, to also give us his reflection. Okay. Yes, so he would give his reflection and the closing remarks as well.
Thank you so much. As the famous saying goes, all good things come to an end, and quietness follows and remains. I don't know whether you ever heard that saying in primary school. Let me begin by first of all thanking the organizers of this meeting, these discussions, profusely. I think we have had very good discussions. We have met friends, we have met colleagues, and some of the people we have met today for the first time, I'm sure, our relationships are going to go for a long time. So distinguished scholars and researchers, policymakers and public servants, representatives of institutions at diverse levels, leaders of civil society and community organizations, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude this 9th Evidence to Action Conference, let me express my gratitude to all the participants who have traveled from across Africa and beyond to engage in this important conversation. Africa's evidence ecosystem is entering a new phase of maturity. It has been an honor to be part of discussions shaping that future. Over the past few days, we have reflected deeply on what works, where it works, and for whom it works. And more importantly, we have examined how to transform systems
that enable evidence to influence policy and practice. The most important question before us has been, and I say and I ask, what must change for Africa to build and sustain an Africa-led evidence to action ecosystem capable of transformation and scaling? The discussions that went on here have not just been technical exercises. There have been conversations about power, about ownership, about democracy, and ultimately about Africa's future. Evidence is not simply about data. It is about whose reality is recognized, whose voice is heard, and whose experiences shape public action. For far too long, our motherland, Africa, has been described through data generated elsewhere, interpreted by others, and often applied without sufficient regard for local realities. Our communities have supplied information, but have rarely owned the knowledge derived from it. That imbalance must change, not because Africa rejects global collaboration, but because no society can sustainably develop on borrowed understanding. People must understand themselves first before they can transform themselves. Let me repeat. People must understand themselves first before they can transform themselves. So Africa must own its knowledge before it can own its destiny. One lesson I have learned from public service is that development does not fail because societies lack plans. Development does not fail because societies lack plans. Development often fails because institutions fail to learn. The gap between evidence and action is not a gap in information, it is a gap in institutions. Today, in most parts of the continent, we already know much about what improves health, what improves agriculture, education, climate adaptation, and economic development. Our challenge is therefore not ignorance. The challenge is building institutions capable of learning, adapting, and acting consistently over time. The challenge is building institutions capable of learning, adapting, and acting consistently over time. That is why our focus must move beyond projects and towards systems. Projects are beginnings and endings. Systems create continuity. Projects depend on individuals. Systems survive leadership transitions. Projects produce outputs. Systems produce transformation. In Africa, if Africa is to become a truly evidence-informed continent, we must build institutions that generate, curate, communicate, demand, and use evidence to improve citizens' lives. I personally believe that the next phase of Africa's evidence journey must rest on 5 pillars. Pillar 1, we must democratize knowledge. Evidence should not remain confined to conference halls, journals, and technical reports. It must reach farmers, traders, community health workers, young innovators, and citizens wherever it is relevant. An informed citizenry is the strongest foundation of accountable governance and sustainable development. Second, we must institutionalize evidence use in government. Evidence must become part of how our governments function at every level. Learn from planning and budgeting to implementation, monitoring and evaluation. It should not depend on individual leaders, but be embedded within institutions through stronger evidence units, integrated data systems, learning mechanisms, and policy laboratories. Third, we must elevate African knowledge systems. We must recognize that scientific evidence and indigenous knowledge are not competitors, but partners. The wisdom of our communities, raw as they are, should sit alongside the findings of our laboratories in shaping decisions. Let me repeat that. The wisdom of our communities, raw as they are, should sit alongside the findings of our laboratories in shaping decisions. Fourth, we must build an African knowledge pool. Challenges such as climate change, disease outbreaks, migration, food security, trade and technology transcend borders. Our knowledge systems must do the same. We need stronger continental research networks, south-to-south partnerships, shared learning platforms, open access repositories, and collaboration among governments, universities, civil society, and the private sector. Just as Africa seeks economic integration, we must also pursue knowledge integration. Fifth, we must harness technology responsibly. Artificial intelligence, big data, geospatial technologies, and digital public infrastructure offer opportunities to strengthen evidence generation and decision making. But technology is not neutral. Without ethical governance and inclusive access, it can deepen exclusion. Our goal must be technological justice, ensuring that digital transformation strengthens both democracy and human dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout this conference, one phrase has stood out significantly, and that phrase is evidence to action. These words carry a profound moral challenge. Evidence without action is just information, and action without evidence is speculation. Progress occurs only when the two become inseparable or one. The success of this conference will not be measured by presentations, papers, or attendance. It will be measured by what changes when we return home. Will governments make better decisions? Will budgets become more responsive? Will policies become more inclusive? Will institutions become more accountable? Will citizens become more empowered? Will development outcomes improve? Those are the questions history will ask. We stand at a decisive moment. While we possess vast natural resources and growing digital capabilities, our greatest resource is our intellect, our creativity, our ingenuity, and our resilience. The world needs Africa, not as a source of raw materials, markets, or data, but as a source of ideas, innovation, and solutions. That is why the future we seek must be Africa-led and not simply Africa-assisted. The responsibility, I think I should repeat that. That is why the future we seek must be Africa-led and not simply Africa-assisted. The responsibility to define our priorities, generate our evidence, shape our policies, and determine our future rests with us. As we live here today, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I plead that we commit to 6 practical actions. Action number 1, strengthen country-owned evidence systems and financing mechanisms. Let me repeat that. Action number 1, strengthen country-owned evidence systems and financing mechanisms. 2, institutionalize evidence use in planning, budgeting, and public service delivery. 3, invest in African research institutions, universities, and think tanks, such as we have just seen here at the University of Ghana. 4, build permanent platforms linking researchers, policymakers, and citizens. 5, harness emerging technologies responsibly and inclusively. And 6, and finally, create a living African repository of lessons, innovations, successes, and failures. These are not aspirations, ladies and gentlemen. They are practical and achievable commitments. From this conference, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have interpreted our reality, challenged our assumptions, and imagined new possibilities. The time has now come to act. Let this gathering be remembered as the moment Africa placed evidence at the center of governance. The moment we chose institutional learning over fragmented experimentation. The moment we affirmed that knowledge generated by Africans must shape decisions affecting Africans. And the moment we moved decisively from evidence to action. May we live determined to build an Africa that not only consumes knowledge, but produces knowledge. One that not only receives ideas, but generates these ideas. One that not only responds to change, but leads change. As I think Karl Marx once said, and I quote, philosophers have described the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. Let me repeat. Philosophers have described the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think we can still appreciate him for these words. Closing remarks, indeed. Just a couple of announcements to note. One is that yesterday there was a found button that had a missing owner, possibly button of a shirt, a jacket, or something. So if you are that missing owner, please draw closer when we're done here to pick it up. Today, something else is being found, and the owner is missing one AirPod. And so if you have that also, please see us just after here. Another one is that, so this is an announcement I'm making as a chair for the AEN's West African region. We have been building a database of our member or our constituency, right? We have representation in almost every country that we can start things from, but there are some particular countries it's been difficult to reach, as in people or members or contacts to draw on. So Cape Verde, Guinea-Bissau, Sao Tome and Principe, and then Equatorial Guinea, these 4 countries. If there's anybody who knows somebody in any of these 4 countries, please do draw close as well, possibly to the AEN stand over there, and we will appreciate that contact from you. At this point, as we are wrapping up, officially we have wrapped up. Let's appreciate ourselves, please. Let's clap for ourselves. We will welcome Dr. Amayal to tell us a few things, what happens after Accra in 2026. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Amayal as he mounts the stage.
Thank you very much, Kachap. A lot have been said, especially today, and we thank you all for your time, for your patience, for your listening ears, but not just listening, but for your readiness to go and change. That is what we have to do. Normally, we take about 9 months in planning one E2A. So now, in September, the team will be planning. From now till September, we will be dreaming about the team. And the team have been running. We form committees, we form different groups, but I would like to recognize a fly on the wall. We have a team. So Sarah and the program committee, if you guys can come up, Salameso, and all the program committee members. The program committee members, we would like to have you here. It's multi-institutional team that put these things together. We challenge them. We at times stretch them. They put things on the crowd. It comes, we revise, we change, and we were able to put these things together. These are the men and women who have made this program successful. We have the coordinating committee, the logistics committee, isn't it? Brian and his team. Is Brian around? He's still logistics. But if you are a member of the logistics committee, can you join us here? Isaac, Merci. They are also multidisciplinary, multi-institutional team. So please, can we stand up so that, we are going to call more. The ISSER team, Mauna and Co. The communication team, I see Vicentia coming, Bijo, Ales. Yes, the ISSER team are not here. The people who have made this possible, some people ask me, I always tell them, in Africa, we go to a lot of meetings, but if you don't want Africans to go to meeting, put a fee. As soon as you put a fee, they don't come. So all the E2A, we have a finance committee that have been working under the sea to raise money, to mobilize money, to plan and other things. John and his team, if you are around the finance committee, you can come. John is our finance director. Kalimo from ISSER, is he here? They are not here. Then, in planning these things, we have some institutional head. I call them the high-level committee. And I think we were meeting once a month, isn't it? They are institutional heads, and they were the brain behind what we put here. So all the institutional heads, Fidel, Osino, I saw Joseph from Afrobarometer. Please, the institutional head, if you are here, can you come in front here? Yes, Rec, Howard White, Juliana, all our partner heads. I've seen some of them who are missing. Professor Say has gone to Ho. These are the brain that we put everything together. They are the head of institution of all the partner institutions you see on the logo. Every month we were meeting, and we discuss. Sam, are you sitting down there? You see, they said, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. These are the people who have brought this E2A together. Most of them are not here, and they put these things together. They work day and night. At times, I intentionally absent myself from some of the meetings, and at times even I log in, but I remain quiet so that they will be able to do whatever they are doing. And they have put this work together. It's something 9 months' work that we see it here. We are very grateful for your commitment, your dedication that you have put in, the effort you have put in to make this conference success. Thank you very much. And I think the camera people, can you come in front so that we can take pictures with the high-level delegates? My grandmother told me that if you take a lot of pictures, they are taking part of your spirit, so you will die early. So I don't like taking pictures. Okay. I think one more. Thank you. What is the next steps? This year we said that we are going to make a difference. We don't want this conference to be a talking point. And you have participated in selecting about 13 cases. You have heard different speeches. We want to build an Africa evidence to policy and practice guidebook. At times, it's better to learn from what others have done. We don't have to duplicate. We don't have to restart, reimagine. So what have gone on here and other successful cases, we need to really document them. We are going to form an editorial committee. We are going to work with the moderators. And we promise you that within 3 to 6 months, the publication will be out. We have already contracted a publisher through Campbell Collaboration SIG, and they are waiting for the manuscript to come. We have done it before. If you Google African Agriculture Status Report, FEDER is here. It was just a dream. Now it has run at its 15th year. And every year we issue African Agriculture Status Report. And we are going to do it. And the book is going to come, and everybody who is here at risk will get an electronic copy of the book. We don't know the theme for next year conference, but we are planning. But one of the things I've learned in this conference is the need, the demand for evidence-informed policy. My mentor, Howard White, said we don't use data to make policy. We don't use one single study to make policy. We don't use one systematic review to make policy. We use collection of evidence that have gone through rigorous systematic review showing the impact, significant impact of the studies to really inform decisions. And as African, we are going to build it. We are going to build Africa Evidence Portal. We are going to work with countries to develop their evidence and gap map. We are going to work with countries to really develop their national research portal. We have done a lot of evidence and gap map. Our first evidence and gap map, we had about 400 published materials on impact of infrastructure on nutritious diet, women economic empowerment, and gender equality. Almost 2/3 of the evidence in that gap were gray literatures that we fished them from institutional libraries, institutional websites, and institutional archives. In Africa, we produce only about 0.4% of published materials in peer-reviewed journals. So if you want to see African publication in databases, you are not going to get it. But we produce. And we are going to feed them out. We are going to work with different country research groups. Ghana have started. Those who were here on Monday, they have started. We are going to work with Gambia. We are going to work with Tanzania. We are going to work with Kenya. Uganda did it first. Uganda is the only country in Africa, Tim, isn't it? Can I say it confidently with evidence? That has really produced national evidence and gap map of 917 publications. revised, that's us at 2023. So if we are talking about doing another revision in 2026, it will go up. We attempted it in Kenya, Jalad, and team. I see Kabo here. We couldn't finish it. We started it in Ghana and Malawi. We are going to revive it so that we will be able to really show different sectors, different areas, evidence that are existing in the countries. And Governor, we usually disaggregate it by counties or region. So we can see what is in Kisumu County. So that is what we are going to support countries to do. And we hope that very soon, Africa can have a portal, evidence portal, where with AI, our researchers and policymakers can really dive deep in pertinent, contextualized evidence in our continent to make decisions that affect lives and livelihood. Thank you all very much for participating. We are not going to make it talking shop. We are going to see concrete action, and we are going to stay in touch with you so that together we can design an Africa that we love. I have asked them to put something on it. Please, can you show what I would like us to take? This week I was going through my linking, and I saw a sign that was really, really important. Can it go up a little bit? People cannot read down. At times, in Africa, we think our potential is in a cup. That is what at times we think. Oh, we Africans. But our actual potential is a wave. And if we really, really act on our actual potentials, we can really cause a lot of difference, make a lot of difference in this world. Let us move from being in an electric cup, and we become what? A wave. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ameyao. I think he deserves a big round of applause. And to all our country representatives, political representatives, Speaker of Parliament, prime ministers, former and county level, everybody, offices of presidents and all that, we thank you all for making this event a memorable one. So at this point, we have lunch ready for us. So we will be doing that in a jiffy. Okay, so it's all over. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Do visit some places in Accra. And if your flight is tonight, all right, so there's a suggestion here. Anybody with a good voice, because my own is hoarse now, but I can still try. So the suggestion, since Ghana is hosting this conference, we will try to sing the national anthem of Ghana. Does that work for us? We had wanted to use the tune, the audios to guide us, but let's all observe this moment. Please. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong. bold to defend forever the cause of freedom and of right. Fill our hearts with true humility. Make us cherish fearless honesty, and help us to resist oppressors' rule with all our will and might forevermore. And again, and help us to resist oppressors' rule with all our will and might forevermore. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. The evaluation form is on the screen. Let's do that.